Chapter 5790. Zheng Dongsheng was also shocked. He had never expected that the will of heaven would kill people on the streets so fiercely. When he saw the will of heaven's cold eyes, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart and involuntarily took 2 steps back, for fear that the will of heaven would kill him again. The will of heaven said lightly, "This person violated the safety regulations of Middle Island. Tiandan Pavilion explicitly refused to let him enter. He also broke into the shop without permission, so he was killed on the spot. Take it as a warning. Remember, in Middle Island, no one can easily violate the shop." Zheng Dongsheng was dumbfounded. He originally thought that Tong Yongsua's death was not in vain. At least he could be used as a blackmail against the will of heaven, and this blackmail was very big enough to kill the will of heaven. He did not expect that the will of heaven finally came up with such a high-sounding reason. Breaking in without permission was basically equivalent to robbery. Robbing a shop in Middle Island was indeed enough to kill him on the spot. But the question was, how did Tong Yongsua become robbing a shop? He would not dare to do so even if he had 2 guts. However, what the will of heaven said was not unreasonable. Tian Chan had made it clear that they were not welcome, but Tong Yongsua still foolishly took a step forward. They were originally at the place where the prohibition was triggered. By taking a step forward, they directly entered the actual range of Tiandan Pavilion. The will of heaven seized the opportunity to kill him, and the headless body was still lying in the line of life and death. Zheng Dongsheng looked at Tianxing resentfully. He knew that Tong Yongsua had died for nothing, because Tianxing had his reasons and evidence. Although it was a bit unreasonable, there was really nothing wrong with it. At most, it was just making a fuss over a minor issue. What? You still don't want to get out of here? Do you want to collect his body? The will of heaven looked at Zheng Dongsheng coldly and said. His murderous intent was directed at Zheng Dongsheng. Zheng Dongsheng was not stupid. If he went over to absorb Tong Yongsua's corpse, what if Tianxing said that he was in cahoots with Tong Yongsua and wanted to rob the Heavenly Dan Pavilion? That would be a great injustice. For his own safety, he definitely could not go over. The will of heaven. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're the deputy island master of Middle Island? Everyone's eyes are watching. What exactly is going on is not up to you to decide, humph. You're not the only deputy island master on Middle Island. Zheng Dongsheng didn't dare to go forward, but he didn't leave either. Instead, he continued to provoke them. Of course, Zheng Dongsheng would never enter the Tiandan Pavilion without Tian Chan's consent. As long as the will of heaven dared to come out and touch him, he had enough reasons to impeach the will of heaven. If there could be one more position of deputy island master, the power of the medicine sect in Middle Island would be even more stable. The will of heaven said disdainfully, "Do whatever you want. Take your dog back first." After that, he kicked Tong Yongsua's headless body directly to Zheng Dongsheng. Knowing that this cowardly bandit didn't dare to come over to collect the body, the will of heaven was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Tian Chan, let's go in and continue eating. There's no need to pay attention to this petty person. The will of heaven called out to Tian Chan and prepared to go in. Although the will of heaven had always been bold and unrestrained, he was also very meticulous. He had seized the opportunity to kill Tong Yongsua, which was equivalent to cutting off one of Zheng Dongsheng's arms. Furthermore, Zheng Dongsheng couldn't find any evidence to use against him. This was already a small victory. Moreover, he was in a good mood since Linny was back. It wouldn't be too late to teach Zheng Dongsheng a lesson in the future. Deputy Island Master Heaven is so impressive, someone said coldly from afar. At the same time, they were approaching quickly. The will of heaven stopped in his tracks. He turned around and said calmly, "Wu Miao, are you going to meddle in this too?" Zheng Dongsheng's face lit up with joy. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Island owner Wu, you've come at the right time. This Tianxing is too arrogant. He actually dared to kill someone in front of everyone. Island owner Wu, please uphold justice for our medicine sect today." Wu Miao looked stern and righteous. She reached out her hand to stop Zheng Dongsheng and said sternly, "Don't worry, Alchemist Zheng. As the Vice Island Lord of Middle Island, I will never tolerate anyone abusing their power for personal gain and bullying others. I will definitely investigate this matter and give everyone an explanation." A mocking look appeared on the Will of Heaven's face as he said calmly, "Deputy Island Master Wu, you are indeed impartial and impartial. You have already come to a conclusion without any investigation, right?" Wu Miao first said that she wouldn't tolerate people abusing their power for personal gain and bullying others. Then she said that she would investigate the matter and get to the bottom of it. She was basically saying that the heavens were in the wrong. Anyone with a discerning eye could understand. However, almost no one dared to say it out loud like the Will of Heaven. However, everyone knew that the Will of Heaven and Wu Miao didn't get along. Therefore, it was normal for them to be at loggerheads. "Tianxing, even if you're also one of the Vice Island Masters, as the Executive Vice Island Master, I still have the authority to discipline you. If you want to say that I'm impartial, there's no problem. Let's go back and investigate this matter first," Wu Miao said coldly to the Will of Heaven. Regardless of whether the Will of Heaven had done anything wrong, as long as Wu Miao brought him back, he would find a way to find a loophole. Wu Miao didn't need to give any orders. The 8 bodyguards who had followed her spread out and surrounded the Will of Heaven. In terms of strength, the 8 bodyguards combined were no match for the Will of Heaven. However, they represented the Island Master's pavilion. If the Will of Heaven dared to resist or even injure any of them, Wu Miao would have nothing to say. However, the Will of Heaven didn't care about Wu Miao at all. Instead, he laughed loudly and said, "Wu Miao, you are just an executive deputy island master. Do you think you are so great just because you keep talking about it? How dare you send people to arrest a deputy island master without any evidence? How dare you?" Wu Miao snorted nonchalantly. "No evidence? Aren't the corpses on the ground and the witnesses evidence? Pillmaster Zheng is a direct witness. The Will of Heaven, I advise you to behave yourself. If you resist, even Okuda won't be able to protect you. Why should I protect Deputy Island Master Heaven?" A displeased voice came from Tiandan Pavilion, and Wu Miao's expression instantly changed. This voice belonged to Okuda, whom Wu Miao had mentioned earlier. Why hadn't anyone told her that Okuda had come to Tiandan Pavilion? While Wu Miao's expression changed, Okuda slowly walked out and looked at Wu Miao coldly. Chapter 5791. To be honest, they hadn't received any news that Okuda had come to Tiandan Pavilion. Okuda had rushed over as soon as he heard about Lin Yi's return. He didn't want to cause trouble, so he had come alone without letting anyone know. The Will of Heaven had only met Okuda when he entered the Tiandan Pavilion's main hall. "Deputy Island Lord Wu, is this how you handle disputes? What a good tactic. In this seat's opinion, the Island Master of Middle Island should be you. When it comes to a Vice Island Master, you actually dare to act so carelessly. This is a boldness that my Okuda province doesn't have. Not bad at all," Okuda said calmly. His tone didn't sound angry, but even a fool could tell that he was rather displeased with Wu Miao. Okuda had always wanted to be on Lin Yi's good side. But something like this happened right after Lin Yi's return. Normal people would think that if he was like this right after coming back, what would it be like before he came back? Although the Okuda state still had the title of acting island master on his head, this kind of thing had caused him to lose a lot of face, so he was naturally quite unhappy. If Lin Yi felt that Okuda hadn't taken good care of Tiandan Pavilion after his primordial spirit projection, wouldn't all his efforts go to waste? Wu Miao broke out in a cold sweat. Not only was Okuda's cultivation level and status higher than hers, but he also had the Okuda family backing him up. Wu Miao couldn't afford to offend them. The consequences of offending Okuda would be 1,000 times worse than offending the lone Will of Heaven. Island Lord, Deputy Heaven Island Lord has openly killed people here, which is a violation of the rules. This subordinate only wants to bring Deputy Heaven Island Lord back to verify the situation, lest the rumor spread on the island be detrimental to him," said Wu Miao as she bowed to Okuda. She was extremely respectful and humble. Even though Wu Miao, Zhang Dongsheng, Nantian Aurora, and the others were secretly plotting to get rid of the Will of Heaven and overthrow Okuda as the acting island lord, he didn't dare reveal any of it. Otherwise, the Okuda family's revenge would be too much for him to handle. Okuda Zhou said with an expressionless face. This king also witnessed the whole thing. Vice Island Lord Tian did nothing wrong. Instead, it was Zhang Dongsheng, a dignified 7th-grade alchemist, who dared to speak nonsense in front of someone else's shop, disturbing the public security. Vice Island Lord Wu, shouldn't you invite Alchemist Zheng back for a chat? Zheng Dongxing's face instantly turned as red as a pig's liver. His body couldn't help but tremble. As a dignified 7th-grade alchemist, wherever he went, he would be the center of attention. But now he was humiliated by Okuda. It was really intolerable. But even if he couldn't bear it, he still had to endure it. Zheng Dongsheng did not dare to offend someone like Okuda, who had such a powerful background. If he was still the second-seat alchemist in the East Continent's yellow-rank Morning Star Cultivator Academy, he would not have to fear Okuda too much. It was a pity that he had been chased out. Wu Miao sighed in her heart. Okuda clearly wanted to support Tiandan Pavilion and the will of heaven, so Medicine Sect had no one to blame for coming to their doorstep. If he still couldn't understand, then he really didn't deserve to be the executive deputy island master. This subordinate understands. Don't worry, Island Lord. Alchemist Zheng will cooperate with this subordinate to resolve this matter. Once there is a result, this subordinate will personally report to Island Lord. Wu Miao became even more respectful. If they wanted to deal with Okuda, they couldn't arouse any suspicions from him. They were subservient now so that they could kill him in one strike in the future. Wu Miao gritted her teeth and comforted herself. Then she gestured for her subordinates to take Zheng Dongsheng away. Both of them were smart people. With Okuda and the will of heaven supporting Tiandan Pavilion, they definitely wouldn't be able to get anything out of this. They could only go back and discuss countermeasures. The will of heaven wanted Medicine Sect to compensate them, but unfortunately Okuda was here, so they couldn't bring themselves to do that. They could only drop the matter. In any case, they had killed a dog from Medicine Sect, so it wasn't a loss. After Wu Miao and Zheng Dongsheng left, they went to another property of Medicine Sect. They sent someone to call Southern Polar Light over for a discussion while they talked about Tiandan Pavilion. Island Lord Wu, why did Okuda and the will of heaven appear at Tiandan Pavilion at the same time? Do you think there's something wrong with Lin Yi? Zheng Dongsheng frowned and guessed uneasily. He really did sound like the Emperor of Truth. Wu Miao shook her head and said, "It's hard to say. Lin Yi has been in primordial spirit projection for almost 2 years now, right? He hasn't woken up for so long, so I'm guessing he's not coming back. Actually, Okuda only supports Tiandan Pavilion because of Lin Yi. If Lin Yi wasn't around, I don't think he would care about Tiandan Pavilion's survival. I heard that Lin Yi fainted last time, so I don't think he's going to make it. Do you think Okuda has taken a fancy to those 2 women?" Zheng Dongxing's eyes suddenly lit up as he chuckled. The information he'd gathered was obviously about the futures exchange, and he hadn't heard anything about Han Jingjing saving Lin Yi. Zheng Dongsheng, on the other hand, was quite interested in this sort of boring gossip. Wu Miao snorted but didn't agree with Zheng Dongsheng. Instead, she said coldly, "Okuda isn't a shallow person. Although the 2 women at Tiandan Pavilion are stunning, he wouldn't covet his friends' women. I'm pretty sure about this." Zheng Dongsheng glanced at Wu Miao strangely. He was just making a random guess. Why did she look so unhappy? "Alchemist Zheng, if we want to deal with Okuda, we must accurately grasp and analyze his personality and behavior patterns. We must not put our subjective assumptions on Okuda. Otherwise, we will be the ones to suffer in the end." Wu Miao reminded them solemnly. She did not want to see the plan they had been working on for so long to be ruined by these idiotic teammates. Zheng Dongsheng laughed dryly and said, "You're right, Island Lord Wu. But we can also make reasonable assumptions, right? Since it's uncertain, we might be able to come up with a better idea if we make assumptions." Wu Miao snorted again but couldn't be bothered to say anything else. She picked up the teacup and slowly sipped on it. The 2 of them fell silent. Chapter 5792. Island Lord Wu, Master Zheng. I heard you got into a conflict with Okuda and the will of heaven? Nantian Aurora hurried over and cupped his fists in greeting before he immediately asked about it. "You're quite well informed," Wu Miao replied indifferently since she wasn't in a good mood. Nantian Aurora was a little baffled. However, he could tell that Wu Miao was unhappy, so he could only turn to ask Zheng Dongsheng. "Master Zheng, what exactly happened?" Zheng Dongsheng snorted twice and briefly explained what had happened just now. Of course, he skipped over the parts where he embarrassed himself. Nantian Aurora rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time before he said, "Island Lord Wu, Master Zheng, I think there's something strange about this. Okuda and the Will of Heaven suddenly appeared at Tiandan Pavilion. Something must have happened. I reckon the only person who could make them appear at the same time is Lin Yi. Do you think that Lin Yi has woken up? But he has been projecting his primordial spirit for 2 years. You know this better than anyone else. Have you ever heard of someone who can project their primordial spirit for 2 years in return? Wu Miao narrowed her eyes as she looked at Nantian Aurora. She didn't seem concerned about Lin Yi waking up. Zheng Dongsheng nodded in agreement. However, he immediately said, "Speaking of which, Lin Yi is the only person who could make both of them appear at Tiandan Pavilion at the same time. If Lin Yi didn't return, do you think Lin Yi would have died?" Nantian Aurora and Wu Miao were stunned and their jaws dropped involuntarily. That's right. Why couldn't Lin Yi have died? He had been projecting his primordial spirit for 2 years and there was news that he had fainted. It was normal for him to have died. No. It should be said that this was more reasonable. However, if Lin Yi died, would Okuda still need to go to Tiandan Pavilion to support them? When Nantian Aurora thought of this, he immediately brought it up. After all, Okuda State was taking care of Heavenly Pill Pavilion out of respect for Lin Yi. If this fellow was finished, would he still stand up for Heavenly Pill Pavilion? Wu Miao immediately shook her head and said, "No. If Lin Yi died, Okuda would definitely do something like this. This is to show how magnanimous he is. He definitely wouldn't find it troublesome." Zheng Dongsheng clapped and said, "That's right. That must be the case. Lin Yi died a good death for Lin Yi. That Will of Heaven killed Tong Yangsua to intimidate medicine sect. I'm sure that if he had the chance, he would have killed me as well. That Tong Tian wouldn't have threatened Tiandan Tong. Can of Tong. Tiandong Ling of Mountain Yuda. Tian is Lin." Nantian Aurora's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. In that case, this might be true. Island Lord Wu, as long as Lin Yi is really dead, Will of Heaven's position won't be so stable. As long as we can pull Will of Heaven down, I, Nantian Aurora, will definitely support Island Lord Wu. Wu Miao's mood improved when she heard Nantian Aurora's straightforward promise. However, she wouldn't take action based on such a guess. We still need to investigate this matter. Whether Lin Yi is dead or not is the key. As long as he's alive, he can keep Tiandan Pavilion as stable as Mount Tai. If he's really dead, then they will immediately become a pile of loose sand. Wu Miao said calmly. She had already started to think about how to verify this matter. Nantian Aurora took the opportunity to suggest, "I heard that the Central Chamber of Commerce can communicate with the secular world. Perhaps we can find out some information about Lin Yi in the secular world from the Central Chamber of Commerce. That way we can confirm whether he's really dead or not." Of course, Wu Miao was familiar with the Central Chamber of Commerce. She immediately nodded and said, "All right. I'll leave this matter to you. You must find out the details." Nantian Aurora agreed respectfully. However, he despised them inwardly. Do you think it doesn't cost spirit jades to go to the Central Chamber of Commerce to find out information? You actually sent me away with just a few words? Just as Nantian Aurora suggested going to the Central Chamber of Commerce to find out information about Lin Yi was also thinking about making a trip to the Central Chamber of Commerce. He didn't know what exactly happened to Han Jingjing, but no matter what, he had to first ask the secular world and see if Han Jingjing was still there. Of course, he couldn't go immediately. After all, Okuda Prefecture and the Will of Heaven were still here. Lin Yi had to accompany them for a meal, tea, and chat first. The next morning, Lin Yi first went to check on Han Jingjing. She was still sitting cross-legged and hadn't changed at all. For now, it was already good news that there were no changes, so he felt more at ease. Without bringing Tian Chan and the others with him, Lin Yi went to the Central Chamber of Commerce alone. Actually, it wasn't that far from the Tiandan Pavilion, but the scale of the Central Chamber of Commerce was far greater than that of the Tiandan Pavilion. Although it wasn't that far, someone reported to Wu Miao and the others that Lin Yi swaggered over to the Central Chamber of Commerce, leaving them speechless. Wasn't he supposed to be unconscious? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Why did he come out again? Wu Miao and the others finally realized that Okuda Prefecture and the Will of Heaven had appeared at the Tiandan Pavilion at the same time because of Lin Yi. He had really come back after 2 years of his primordial spirit projection. Lin Yi didn't know how big of a surprise he had given them. He saw a familiar face as soon as he stepped through the doors of the Central Chamber of Commerce. "Si Haixiao, why did you come to Middle Island?" asked Linny curiously. The Central Chamber of Commerce was shielded from divine senses, so Linny couldn't use his divine sense to see what was going on inside. He immediately missed Hongzhong when he saw Si Haixiao, who was supposed to be on the North Island. Si Haixiao was surprised to see Lin Yi. He said proudly, "Oh, it's Lin Yi. I'm the head manager here. If you need any help, just let me know. But you'll need spirit jades. Seems like you're doing pretty well. You're even a head manager here. Work hard and don't be so lecherous in the future," Lin Yi said casually, but Si Haixiao's face darkened. However, he quickly composed himself. It was in his nature to be lecherous, and he couldn't change it. As for Lin Yi, Si Haixiao would definitely stab him in the back if he had the chance. Si Haixiao had actually been transferred to the Central Chamber of Commerce. Back when he was on the North Island, he had barely done anything to harm Lin Yi. Moreover, he didn't have any achievements in gathering intelligence, so it would be strange if he hadn't been sent away. Chapter 5793. Lin Yi didn't care. He smiled faintly and said, "Si Haixiao, are you the person in charge here? Don't you understand? I'm the shopkeeper here, which means I'm the person in charge. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't dawdle all day." Si Haixiao once again emphasized the words head manager, in order to make himself appear more powerful. In fact, when it came to power, Si Haixiao was far less powerful than when he was in the North Island. So he didn't even know that the center and Lin Yi had reached an agreement. "Well, I have a letter to send to the secular world." Lin Yi didn't want to talk nonsense with this guy. He directly took out a letter and handed it to Si Haixiao. Si Haixiao snorted, raised his head and said disdainfully, "This business has been stopped. You can go somewhere else. I won't see you out." Lin Yi frowned slightly. The wormhole tunnel of the center had been shared with him. Why was it so troublesome to send a letter? If Han Jingjing came back, this kind of thing didn't need to be done through the center. Don't pretend to be the boss if you can't make the decision. Hurry up and find someone who can take charge here, Lin Yi said impatiently. If he wasn't worried about Han Jingjing, he would have slapped him. Si Haixiao's annoying face made him angry. "Don't you understand human language? I'm the shopkeeper here. This business has been stopped. Hurry up and leave. Don't make trouble here." Lin Yi was impatient. Si Haixiao was impatient. He continued to drive Lin Yi away. Lin Yi didn't want to talk nonsense. He directly slapped Si Haixiao in the face and sent him flying. Since he wanted to be slapped so badly, it seemed inappropriate not to be satisfied. It was said that one should look at the master before beating a dog. Since the master didn't come out, he would beat the dog first. He thought it would come out soon. "How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me in the Chamber of Commerce of the center? Lin Yi, you're dead." Si Haixiao spat out a few teeth and roared hysterically at Lin Yi. Even without Si Haixiao's order, a guard rushed out and fiercely pounced on Lin Yi, swinging the machete in his hand. Mid-stage profound ascension? The Central Chamber of Commerce is indeed rich. They can even use such an expert as a guard. Lin Yi clicked his tongue in wonder. However, his eyes were filled with disdain. He was only at the middle stage of profound ascension, yet he dared to be so arrogant in front of Lin Yi. He would not even know how he died. With another simple slap, this profound ascension middle stage guard flew out at a speed faster than when he came. Before he landed, he spat out a few teeth, which was no different from Si Haixiao's situation. Si Haixiao was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but swallow the words he was about to say. He knew that Lin Yi was strong, but when did Lin Yi become so strong? An expert at the middle stage of profound ascension was enough to be the Vice Island Master of Middle Island. In the end, Lin Yi didn't even look at him. With a casual slap, he sent him flying like a fly. How could they still have fun like this? Fortunately, it was still early. There were no outsiders in the Central Chamber of Commerce other than Lin Yi. Otherwise, this would really be a big loss of face. Si Haixiao originally wanted to use the ban of Middle Island to talk about it. But in the end, he tactfully didn't say anything. Si Haixiao, are you still in charge here? Lin Yi waved his hand and looked at Si Haixiao with a mocking expression. Si Haixiao hurriedly shook his head and said, No, I'm just a shopkeeper. I can't make the decision. Please wait, I'll find someone in charge right away. After saying this, Si Haishao didn't dare to be negligent anymore. He quickly got up and ran to inform the people above him. Soon he ran back and said, I'm asking you to go see him. It's on the 4th floor. This way, please. Half of Si Haishao's face was swollen, but he didn't dare to treat it first. He led Lin Yi to the corridor with half fear and half respect. Lin Yi wasn't afraid of any ambush set up by the Central Chamber of Commerce. Middle Island was almost the same as his territory. There was no need to doubt its safety. Moreover, with his current strength, cultivators at the mountain opening stage might not be his opponent. There was really nothing to worry about. After leading Lin Yi to a room on the 4th floor, Si Haishao retreated. Lin Yi scanned the room with his divine sense and discovered that every room had a divine sense shielding effect. However, it wasn't very strong. As long as he wanted to, he could easily break it. However, Lin Yi wasn't here to cause trouble, so he didn't intend to force his way in. He directly pushed open the door and walked in. Kong Ming Ming. What surprised Lin Yi was that the person inside was actually an acquaintance. This kid actually became Si Haishao's direct superior. It seemed like his bootlicking skills were improving, so he climbed up quickly. He seemed to be doing quite well. Kong Ming Ming smiled proudly and said, Lin Yi, you didn't expect to see me here, right? I heard that you're very awesome. You came here early in the morning to beat people up. What about it? Do you think the Central Chamber can't deal with you? Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, I'm quite surprised. You're actually still alive? You even became the person in charge of the Central Chamber? Forget it, these are not important. I want to send a letter to the secular world. What do you say? What can I say? For the sake of our acquaintance, if you beg me, I'll send it to you. Kong Xiaoming laughed heartily. He crossed his legs and shook them quickly. He looked like a villain who was intoxicated with success. Is it because I haven't beaten you for a long time so your skin is a little itchy? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and said faintly, it may not be interesting to beat others, but he was very interested in beating up Kong Ming Ming. Kong Ming Ming snorted and said, Lin Yi, who are you trying to scare? Isn't it just a profound ascension late stage? Is it that great? In the small Jianghu and the secular world, you are powerful. But in the heavenly stage island, what is this strength? It's better for you to know your place. You mean you've already surpassed me? Then let's try 2 moves. Lin Yi stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at Kong Ming Ming. Kong Ming Ming was suddenly speechless. How could his strength compare with Lin Yi? He was really looking for a beating. After a pause, Kong Ming Ming straightened his neck and said, Why do you care if I have surpassed you or not? Let me tell you, my men are stronger than you. What do you have to be proud of? Afraid that Lin Yi would continue to pester this issue, Kong Ming Ming simply changed the topic and said, Okay, don't talk about those useless things. I know about your things in the small Jianghu and the secular world. Or tell me what you are doing here. Kong Ming Ming, are you scared? I said just now, send me a letter and die in the secular world. Lin Yi snorted and did not continue to find trouble with him. Chapter 5794. Genius 1 second. Remember love? Go. Say net. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Thinking of Zhong Pingliang, Lin Yi said casually, even an idiot like you can get the position. Why didn't Zhong Pingliang, who is as stupid as you, see it? Did he get the position too? Or is he dead? Kong Ming Ming snorted and said, Liang Bro is a big shot. How can a small character like you meet him whenever he wants? It doesn't matter if I tell you. Liang Bro is now the special envoy of Zhongdao, a real lord. The whole Zhongdao is under Liang Bro's control. Of course, I'm not bad either. I'm the assistant of Zhongdao's special envoy, understand? I'm the second person under Liang Bro, helping Liang Bro to manage Zhongdao's center. Lin Yi was slightly happy. He didn't expect Zhong Pingliang to be doing so well. He had already become one of the higher-ups of the center. He didn't know if this little brother had other ideas. It would be great if he could meet him. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Can you, the second brother, make the decision about sending the letter? Give me a direct answer. Lin Yi wanted to see Zhong Pingliang, but it was a bit abrupt if he took the initiative. He could only solve the problem of sending the letter first. Anyway, Zhong Pingliang was in Zhongdao. If he knew that he was back, he would find a way to meet him. Kong Xiaoming paused for a moment and snorted. Of course I can make the decision for such a small matter, but you're different. You're someone that even Liang Bro doesn't like. I'll have to ask Liang Bro first. Just wait. Kong Mingming finished and saw that Lin Yi didn't move. He rolled his eyes and said, I told you to go back and wait, not wait here. Lin Yi frowned slightly. This Kong Mingming really forgot the pain. Did he really think that he wouldn't dare to teach him a lesson here? Leave the letter here. I'll inform you after I've consulted with Brother Liang. Kong Mingming also saw Lin Yi's frown. He really didn't dare to offend Lin Yi too much, so he immediately calmed down and said. Lin Yi snorted coldly and placed the letter on the tea table. There's a mark of my divine sense on it. If it's damaged before it's sent to the secular world, you can wash your neck clean and wait for death. Kong Mingming felt a chill run down his spine. He really didn't think that Lin Yi was trying to scare him. His original intention of taking a peek to satisfy his curiosity immediately disappeared. Who cares? Go quickly. I don't want to see you anymore. Kong Mingming angrily asked him to leave. Sure enough, seeing Lin Yi alone was a bit stressful. Lin Yi smiled faintly and ignored Kong Mingming. He turned around and walked out of the room. Perhaps Zhong Pingliang was also in this building, but Lin Yi wouldn't take the initiative to find Zhong Pingliang, so he could only go back to Tiandan Pavilion first. Walking out of the Central Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yi suddenly felt that he should go back to the North Island as soon as possible. Zhong Pingliang and Kong Mingming both came to the Middle Island. He didn't know if there were any changes in the North Island. Shanghai Laner came from the North Island, but this young lady wouldn't care at all what was different about the North Island. Where there was a center, the power structure changed very quickly. For example, if there was no Lin Yi, the ancient small Jianghu might have been completely controlled by the center. There were a lot of masters on Sky-class Island, and the center wouldn't be able to control too many big sects in a short amount of time. But the power structure was definitely changing, and Lin Yi had to get to the bottom of what had happened in the past 2 years. The best target was, of course, Zhong Pingliang, who'd gotten into the center and held a high position. He only hoped that Zhong Pingliang could work hard and not completely fall for the center after getting benefits from the center. I wonder how the King of Junk is doing now. The things in the forging pool should be almost done, right? Lin Yi sighed softly, thinking about the King of Junk. It was all because of Han Jingjing. With the automatic forging mechanism, the King of Junk might be able to successfully end things. But where did Han Jingjing's primordial spirit go? After returning to the Heavenly Dam Pavilion, Lin Yi went to check on Han Jingjing again. She was still the same, and there were no signs of her suddenly waking up. This made him feel very helpless. After chatting with Tian Chan and Sydney for a while, Lin Yi started making some elixirs for them to sell. Tiandan Pavilion had been suppressed by the medicine sect for too long. It just so happened that Tong Yongsua was killed when the medicine sect came looking for trouble yesterday, so it was the best time for Tiandan Pavilion to strike back. When the sky turned dark, someone from the Central Chamber of Commerce came to find Lin Yi, saying that they wanted to discuss sending a letter to the common world. Lin Yi guessed that it was Zhong Pingliang, so he followed the person to the Central Chamber of Commerce without saying anything. Kong Mingming laughed when he saw Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you really do come and go at my beck and call. Not bad, not bad. Seeing that you're so obedient, I'll put in a good word for you in front of Liang Bro, and get him to agree to send a letter to the common world. Lin Yi didn't even look at him, ignoring Kong Mingming completely. When he walked past him, he said faintly, "Idiot." The smile on Kong Mingming's face froze as he pointed at Lin Yi. "Say that again, do you believe that I won't kill you?" Lin Yi, who was already on the stairs, didn't turn his head, but he still fulfilled Kong Mingming's request and raised his voice. "Idiot." The person who led the way had already told Lin Yi that it was Zhong Pingliang, the special envoy from the Central Chamber of Commerce, who wanted to see Lin Yi. The location was at the top floor of the Central Chamber of Commerce, so Lin Yi didn't want to talk to Kong Mingming at all. He would just go up and find Zhong Pingliang himself. The veins on Kong Ming's forehead were bulging. He felt that he was really an idiot. After being scolded once, he still wanted to be scolded again. He wanted to hit Lin Yi, but he knew that his strength was far from Lin Yi's. If he hit Lin Yi, he would be asking for a beating. "Stop, this is the Central Chamber of Commerce. It's not a place where you can just walk around." Kong Mingming rushed up the stairs sullenly, blocking Lin Yi's way. He couldn't win in a fight, nor could he win in an argument. Kong Mingming could only stop Lin Yi to regain some sense of balance. Lin Yi purposely frowned. Didn't you send someone to tell me that Zhong Pingliang wants to see me? Just tell me if you're going to send me a letter or not. Don't play these annoying tricks all day. Kong Mingming was speechless. This time it was Zhong Pingliang who wanted to see Lin Yi. He probably wanted to show off to Lin Yi after he got the position, so Kong Mingming came first to knock down Lin Yi's arrogance. Unfortunately, the one who was knocked down was Kong Mingming himself. Chapter 5795. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When they reached Pingliang's room, Kong Mingming glared at Lin Yi, motioning for him to stay put. He knocked on the door respectfully. Liang bro, Lin Yi is here. Come in. Pingliang said faintly from inside, and then went silent. Kong Mingming was about to turn around and call for Lin Yi, but the latter pushed him to the side and pushed the door open. The decorations and furnishings in this room were almost the same as those CEO's offices on Earth. There was a sofa, a desk, a bar counter, a wine cabinet, a computer, and so on. As expected, with a wormhole, anything could be obtained. Pingliang sat at his desk with a serious face, clicking his mouse from time to time as if he was working on something important. He didn't seem to notice the arrival of Lin Yi and Kong Mingming at all. Lin Yi scanned the room with his divine sense and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. The kid was really working on something important. The advanced minesweeper was already halfway done, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. Kong Mingming squeezed past Lin Yi angrily and jogged to Pingliang's desk, bowing and smiling. Liang bro, I brought the kid Lin Yi here. Do you think we should arrange for a few more people to come over? This kid is very dangerous. Pingliang didn't even want to talk to the idiot anymore. If he really wanted to send more people, he would have done it a long time ago. What kind of bullshit was he spouting now, especially in front of Lin Yi? I'm really worried about his IQ. But since Kong Mingming said it in front of him, Pingliang gave up on the difficult task of minesweeper. He raised his head and looked at Lin Yi, snorting coldly through his nose. That expression on his face made it clear that he was looking down on Lin Yi. Lin Yi's heart sank, wondering if Pingliang had really gone back on his word. After all, Lin Yi didn't use any means to control him. If he really betrayed Lin Yi, it wouldn't be strange. But if that was the case, Lin Yi would still feel that it was a pity. After all, Pingliang's performance had been good, and he had gained his trust. When Kong Mingming turned around, he had already straightened his body. He slightly raised his head and said in an arrogant manner, Lin Yi, hurry up and greet Brother Liang when you see him. Do you want to send a letter to the secular world? Let me tell you, this is all Brother Liang needs to say. Do you understand? If you do, come over. Pingliang's hatred for Lin Yi was no less than Kong Mingming's hatred for him. So, Kong Mingming thought that if he stepped on Lin Yi in front of Pingliang, he would definitely be appreciated. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of Lin Yi's anger, he would have done it even more. Lin Yi was already thinking if he should teach Kong Mingming a lesson, in case the guy forgot his surname and kept jumping out to be arrogant. It was annoying. Pingliang waved his hand casually. Zhao Ming, you can leave first. I need to talk to him. You don't have to do anything else. Kong Mingming looked back at Pingliang, confused. He realized that it wasn't a joke, so he bowed. All right, Liang bro, I'll leave first. Call me if you need anything. As much as he wanted to stay and see what Pingliang and Lin Yi were talking about, Kong Mingming didn't dare do so. He walked out obediently, and when he passed by Lin Yi, he threatened, Lin Yi, be careful. It's all our people outside. If you try anything funny, I guarantee you won't be able to leave the Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yi didn't waste any words. He reached out and grabbed Kong Mingming's neck, throwing him out of the room and closing the door, isolating them from the outside world. This room could even block out divine senses, so there was no need to worry about any sound leaking out. Since Pingliang wanted to talk to Lin Yi alone, perhaps his worries were unnecessary. As expected, Pingliang's face changed as soon as the door closed. That cold, aloof look from before was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a warm smile as he rushed over to Lin Yi. Boss, you're back. I was so worried. Pingliang couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart any longer. He pounced on Linny and gave him a hug before inviting him to sit on the sofa. Pinliang, you're doing well. You're already the Nakajima envoy of the Chamber of Commerce. Linny let out a sigh of relief. Pinliang was still his follower, Pinliang. He didn't betray him just because of his high position. It wasn't easy. Just a coincidence. Actually, what I want the most is to be able to stay by your side, boss. This Nakajima envoy is so boring, Pinliang said with a smile. He turned around and took out a bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for both Linny and himself. Linny felt as if he'd returned to the common world as he accepted the glass Pinliang handed him. Everything here was just like the common world. There wasn't the slightest difference. Boss, I heard that you went back to the common world, so I spent a lot of effort and went through many channels to get transferred to Nakajima. I wanted to know your situation first thing, but it's been 2 years and you still haven't come back. To be honest, I feel like I've lost my backbone. Let's not talk about how anxious I was. Luckily, you're back safe and sound. It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. Pinliang clinked his glass with Lin Yi's, full of emotions. So Pinliang came to Nakajima as the envoy because he was worried about him. Linny didn't expect this guy to be so loyal to him. After taking a sip of wine, he smiled faintly. You're considerate. I heard from Kong Mingming that you, as the Nakajima envoy, are the person in charge here, right? Pinliang nodded and smiled. That's right. I basically have the final say in the central affairs of Nakajima, but there's a mysterious man in black above me. I don't know who he is, but he seems to be in charge of the entire central personnel of Sky-class Island. As for the North Island, the person in charge is Su Lingchong. This guy has some tricks up his sleeve. I transferred him to Nakajima, and he's the best shield, so no one suspected anything. Linny understood what Pinliang meant. One mountain couldn't accommodate 2 tigers. Since Su Lingchong was in charge of the North Island, Pinliang naturally had to find another place to develop. Nakajima probably didn't consider him at first, but with Su Lingchong's excuse and his own operation, he was able to come to Nakajima. Chapter 5796. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. By the way, how many higher-ups are there on the Heavenly Island? Linny wanted to have a good understanding of the central power structure here so that he could deal with them in the future, so he specifically asked. Pinliang smiled bitterly. Boss, I really don't know about that. It's always been that mysterious man in black contacting us. I said it's Nakajima's envoy, but he's still far from being able to enter the core circle. Linny nodded. This situation was normal. If Pinliang was able to get into the core circle in such a short time, then it meant that he was suited to work in the center. It was better to move to the center as soon as possible. Then you should know what the center has been up to recently, right? Linny had to settle for the next best thing. This problem should be much simpler. Pinliang was Nakajima's envoy, and even if he couldn't participate directly in the core of the plan, he had to be able to cooperate. From those clues, it was still very easy to find some clues to deduce what the center wanted to do. Pinliang thought about it and said, Speaking of movements, I heard that the center is planning something called South Island. I'm not sure about the specifics. It's being handled by the mysterious man in black and Master Pao. I haven't had the chance to find out much useful information. Master Pao? Who are you? Linny asked curiously. Perhaps this person was a key figure in the center. It would be great if he could understand more about him. Love Go Small Say Nekpyongyang shrugged. I'm not too sure myself. I've only seen this Master Pao once. He was wearing a hooded cloak, and his face was covered with a black cloth. I was wondering if he was Pao, but he didn't say anything, so I didn't dare think too much about it. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps that was a possibility, but he wasn't in a rush. He'd look into it in the future. If Master Pao really was Zhang Naipeo, Pinliang might be able to turn things around. Speaking of which, Pinliang's authority as Nakajima's envoy was too low. He didn't have much useful information, but he hadn't been in the center for long. It was already hard enough for him to climb up the ranks. He shouldn't have too many requirements. Boss, there's no problem with the letter you wanted to send. I've specifically asked the higher-ups, and they said that you and the center have reached a 1-year non-aggression agreement. They've also given you the right to use the wormhole tunnel in research. We'll mind our own business and develop our own business. If there's anything you need to teleport, you can do it any time. Pinliang didn't say much about Master Pao, instead returning to Lin Yi's letter. Lin Yi nodded casually. The signing of the agreement with the center should have been reported to Sky-class Island long ago, but Pinliang didn't know about it until now. It was obvious that he was only a member of the outer circle, and only had a high position on the surface. Sky Island are heart first. Lin's Pinliang's heart Lin's letter was the center Lin's long heart Pinliang agreement. If the South Island plan is carried out and you want to destroy it, isn't it tantamount to tearing up the armistice agreement? Lin Yi paused and looked at Pinliang. You're saying that my agreement with the center includes Sky-class Island? Isn't it? Pinliang didn't know what was going on. That should be the case, but why didn't Lin Yi think so? Lin Yi slapped his forehead and said, I understand now. This time I was really cheated by that woman Lan Xiaoru. Her agreement didn't specify whether it was the mortal world or the heaven stage island. It only said that it was between the center and me, so it naturally included all places. Even if she wants me to return to heaven stage island, she can't just go and get in the way, right? Han Jingjing had already carefully found a hidden loophole in the agreement. She didn't expect there to be another one here, but it wasn't her fault. Maybe Han Jingjing didn't think that there was a problem with the one-year armistice with the center. This was all because of the information asymmetry. If Han Jingjing knew that the center had a plan for the South Island, she would have suggested that the one-year armistice was only for the mortal world. Pinliang heard this and immediately said to Lin Yi, Boss, the center wants you not to interfere with their plan. It's obvious that this is very important to them. It's fine if you don't want that agreement, but you can't let the center carry out their plan smoothly. Lin Yi nodded. You're right, but since this one-year period has been set, I have to abide by it. Although both of us don't really care about this agreement, I won't be the first to go back on my word. Then what should we do? Pinliang really didn't think that breaking the agreement was a problem, but if Lin Yi kept his promise, Pinliang would only respect Lin Yi even more. A person like this was worthy of his loyalty. People like Kong Ming, who treated promises like farts, would never be trusted. Lin Yi didn't answer Pinliang immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. After a while, he smiled faintly. We won't break the agreement first, but if the center makes a move first, I won't have anything to worry about. Pinliang's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and laughed. As expected, boss. You're right. We'll just let the center break the agreement. Since they knew that the center had a plan for the South Island, Lin Yi just needed to set up a plan in the South Island first. In the end, the center would definitely have a conflict with him because of this. At that time they could say that the center broke the agreement and that was the truth. There was no doubt about it. The only thing to worry about was the South Island. If Lin Yi went there, it would be very difficult for him to escape. If he went back to set up a plan, who knew what would happen? The spirit beasts were not to be trifled with, especially that vermilion bird. Lin Yi knew that he was far from being a match for vermilion bird. If he was discovered, he would be easily killed. Before Lin Yi could speak, Pinliang patted his chest and said, Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely speed up the investigation regarding the South Island plan. As long as we have a detailed location and target, it'll be much easier for us to prepare in advance. When that time comes, it won't be us causing trouble, but the center will cause trouble for us. Chapter 5797. If it weren't for Chan Dongqing's betrayal, Dafeng Bro would have been killed on the spot. Lin Yi didn't want this to happen to Zhong Pingliang again. So he would rather give up the plan to destroy the center than let Zhong Pingliang be caught for this reason. Although Lin Yi's words were simple, Zhong Pingliang could hear the meaning behind it. He was grateful in his heart and raised his glass. Boss, let's not talk too much. I wish us success in advance. With the crisp sound of glasses clinking, Lin Yi drank the red wine in the glass and put it down. Then I'll go back first. Let me know if there's any news. I'll remember. Boss, wait a moment. Let me put away the glass first. Zhong Pingliang also drank the wine, then took Lin Yi's glass to wash, wiped it dry, and put it back in place. He poured some red wine into his own glass and put it on the desk. If the people who just came in saw it, they would definitely think that Zhong Pingliang was drinking alone and had no intention of drinking with Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded secretly. Zhong Pingliang seemed to have matured a lot, paying attention to these details. Otherwise, if he was seen through, he wouldn't need to inquire about the Southern Island plan. Who knew when he would disappear from the face of the earth? After finishing these things, Zhong Pingliang smiled and said to Lin Yi, "Boss, I'll have to trouble you again." Lin Yi smiled carelessly and waved his hand, signaling Zhong Pingliang to do as he wanted. Seeing him like this, Lin Yi was only happy and relieved. Why would he feel wronged? Zhong Pingliang turned back to the desk, picked up the wine glass and sat on the office chair. He put both his legs on the desk, and the expression on his face became cold and arrogant again. Lin Yi had to give him a thumbs up for this acting. "Kong Mingming, come in for a moment," Pinliang said coldly as he pressed a button on the side. This was probably a technological product from the common world. Otherwise, no one would be able to hear him yelling at the top of his lungs in the room. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Kong Mingming knocked on the door and came in. Obviously, he had been waiting outside the whole time. "Brother Liang, you were looking for me?" Kong Mingming walked in with a face full of smiles. He was very happy to see Pinliang's expression and Lin Yi sitting on the sofa without a cup of tea in front of him. Pinliang snorted, his face expressionless. "The higher-up said that we signed a 1-year truce with Lin Yi, and that we'll let him use the passage to the common world unconditionally. Send him out now, I don't want to see him anymore." Kong Mingming wasn't surprised by this news. He must have heard about it before, so he turned to Lin Yi with a straight face. "Did you hear that? Leave now, don't be an eyesore here. Luckily you signed a truce with us, or else you won't be walking out of this door today." This was a complete bluff. Kong Mingming knew that Lin Yi wouldn't do anything to him, so he had the courage to say this. Lin Yi laughed coldly. "Zhong Pingliang, Kong Mingming, you two are just two small fry in the center. You don't even have the right to talk to me. I'm only here for Lan Sharu's sake today. If you trouble me like this again, believe it or not, I'll kill you too and Lan Sharu won't say anything." Kong Mingming's body shook. It was possible. To the higher-ups in the center, he was just a replaceable chess piece. If he was killed by Lin Yi, no one would come to avenge him. Kong Mingming was a little dispirited at this thought. He could only harumph. "Stop bullshitting, we don't welcome you here. Leave. Don't come here if you have nothing to do." With that, he didn't dare wait for Lin Yi to continue. He quickly opened the door and signaled Lin Yi to leave. Behind Kong Mingming, Lin Yi winked at Zhong Pingliang as a farewell greeting. He then smiled coldly. "Zhong Pingliang, I'll send the letter properly. If anything happens, I'll come back for you." Zhong Pingliang didn't seem to care at all. He didn't even want to talk to Lin Yi. Kong Mingming, who was standing at the door, was impressed. He dared to give Lin Yi the cold shoulder. Liang Bro was indeed Liang Bro. No wonder he's the envoy and I, Kong Mingming, am just the envoy's assistant. It doesn't make sense. His goal was achieved. Lin Yi didn't want to waste any more time. He said a few words and left, ignoring Kong Mingming at the door. Kong Mingming didn't dare to continue provoking Lin Yi. He didn't have any masters protecting him. He wouldn't be stupid enough to go up and ask for a beating. When he returned to Tiandan Pavilion, Ho Guanqi from Dan Hall, Kai Zhongyang from 5 Elements Commerce, and Wei Shenjin from Snow Sword School were all there. They welcomed Lin Yi when they saw him. "Brother Lin, you're finally back. Heroes come from the young. You've projected your soul for 2 years. I'm so worried. If I didn't receive the news just now, I wouldn't even know you're back. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks later." Kai Zhongyang laughed and was the first to speak. His face was full of joy. As the vice president of 5 Elements Commerce, he was naturally very tactful and experienced in dealing with people. However, Lin Yi could feel that what Kai Zhongyang said just now was sincere. Although Ho Guanqi was also Kai Zhongyang's senior brother, he didn't want to be the first. After Kai Zhongyang finished speaking, he walked forward and cupped his fists with a smile. "I've said it before. Brother Lin is a good man. Heaven helps him. There will definitely be no problem. Sure enough, it's just as I expected, right?" The last sentence was asked to Kai Zhongyang. Kai Zhongyang laughed and agreed immediately. Wei Shenjin was the last to come up. He said excitedly, "Boss, you're finally back." These 3 people took care of Tiandan Pavilion when Lin Yi wasn't around. However, the one who contributed the most was naturally Wei Shenjin. It was just that he happened to go back to the sect to deal with something today, so he didn't know the news of Lin Yi's return immediately. When Lin Yi took him in, he put the heart-devouring voodoo in him. If he didn't come back, Wei Shenjin would be buried with Lin Yi. However, he was really worried about the heart-devouring voodoo in the beginning. Slowly, he really fell in love with Tiandan Pavilion. He also really wanted to follow Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yi back, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. This time it was also thanks to Lin Yi giving the prescription to suppress the heart-devouring voodoo to Tian Chan in advance. Otherwise, after 2 years, Wei Shenjin might not even have any bones left. Chapter 5798. With their cultivation at this level, they had no need for food at all. However, eating something with abundant spiritual qi could not only satisfy their appetite, but also improve their cultivation. Why not? They talked with Lin Yi while following him to the living room. Tian Chan and Sydney did not come to accompany them, but were busy making some food and sending it up. Brother Lin, I came late today because I was going to the northernmost island to participate in the auction. If you came back 1 or 2 days later, you might not see me in the central island. Kai Zhongyang said with a laugh, pointing out the reason why he could not come at the first time today. Hou Guanqi happened to be refining a furnace of medicinal pills. After finishing, he received the news and came immediately. Lin Yi waved his hand and did not care about these trivial things. Instead, he was very interested in the auction that Kai Zhongyang said. He had gone to the auction in the northernmost island with Hong Zhong, and he still had a deep memory of it. So when he heard the news, he was a little excited. Anyway, he wanted to go back to the northernmost island. Of course, the northernmost island was the closest to the northernmost island. It would not delay anything if he went back by the way. Brother Kai, when will the auction in the northernmost island start? And when are you going to leave? Lin Yi asked casually. He didn't necessarily have to go to this auction if the time didn't match up. Kai Zhongyang laughed and said, "The auction will start in about half a month. Our preparation work has almost been completed. It is estimated that we will leave in these 2 days. Brother Lin, are you interested in going to see it together?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment and did not immediately answer Kai Zhongyang's question. If Han Jingjing could wake up smoothly, he could rest assured to see what good things were in the auction in the northernmost island. However, Kai Zhongyang and the others were going to leave in these 2 days. It was a little rushed. He did not know if Han Jingjing could return in these 2 days. If he left Han Jingjing in a coma like this, Lin Yi really couldn't leave the middle island with peace of mind. Whether it was going back to the North Island or investigating the South Island plan of the Center of Destruction, he couldn't be compared with Han Jingjing. Seeing that Lin Yi did not speak, Hou Guanqi thought about it and said, "Brother Lin, I have heard about Miss Han's situation. Unfortunately, my and Brother Kai's level of alchemy is too low, so we cannot help at all. But I think you should go to the auction in the northernmost island." Lin Yi was slightly stunned and said, "Is there something in the northernmost island auction that can help Jingjing's current situation?" Without waiting for Hou Guanqi to answer, Kai Zhongyang clapped his hands and said, "Yes, if senior brother did not remind me, I really did not think of this." After saying that, he realized that it was too impolite to rush to speak, so Kai Zhongyang quickly apologized to Hou Guanqi. "Senior brother, I am sorry. I was excited and interrupted you." Hou Guanqi waved his hand and said with a smile, "We are brothers. There is no need to apologize. You know this better than me. It is more appropriate for you to say it." Lin Yi did not care who said it. As long as it could help Han Jingjing, it was fine. However, he could not urge them, so he could only look at the 2 brothers with anticipation. Kai Zhongyang was also not polite. After expressing his apology to Hou Guanqi, he immediately said, "It is like this. In this northernmost island auction, there will be a few precious things participating in the auction. Among them, there is a treasure that is beneficial to Miss Han." "Brother Kai, please explain in detail." Lin Yi was anxious, but Kai Zhongyang did not get to the point, so he could only ask for guidance. "In this auction there is a spirit gathering branch. This is a treasure that can condense the spirit. As long as you carry it with you, it can constantly nourish the spirit and gather the power of spiritual sense. Miss Han's current situation is that after the spirit projection, it cannot return to the body normally. If you can have the spirit gathering branch, it should be able to guide the direction of the return of the spirit. Even if you can't wake up for a while, you can slowly gather the power of the spirit. Kai Zhongyang said in detail. This spirit gathering branch was really useful for Han Jingjing. After hearing this, Lin Yi had decided to get this spirit gathering branch at all costs. Even if Han Jingjing could wake up before this spirit gathering branch was also quite useful. Seeing that Lin Yi was very interested, Kai Zhongyang continued. In addition to the spirit gathering branch, there is also the soul wood. But this is a treasure that nourishes the spirit. It is not helpful for Miss Han's situation, but if these two can be used together, the effect may have a bonus effect. Lin Yi's heart moved. The soul wood was not very useful for Han Jingjing, but it should be very useful for ghost things. Moreover, with this thing, the spirit projection in the future would also be of great help. Brother Kai, it seems that I have to go to the auction this time. I will have to trouble you to take me there. Lin Yi smiled and cupped his hands at Kai Zhongyang. Although he could go to the northernmost island himself, it would be more convenient to go with Kai Zhongyang. Whether it was the soul wood or the spirit gathering branch, these treasures would definitely attract a lot of people. Lin Yi was not sure if he would have enough money to buy them, so on the way there, he would have to make more elixirs to sell. Kai Zhongyang laughed heartily and said, "Younger brother Lin is too polite. What trouble? To be able to travel with you is my honor. When the time comes, I will have to ask for your advice on elixir making." This wasn't just a polite thing to say. Although Kai Zhongyang was Zhang Liju's disciple, his elixir-making skills were far below even Zhang Dongsheng's, not to mention Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi's name as a master elixir maker was one of the best in East Continent. Ho Guanqi laughed as well. "If that's the case, I will have to go as well. Otherwise, wouldn't I miss such a good opportunity?" "Aha, of course Xixiang will have to come along. It's a rare opportunity, wouldn't it be a waste to miss it?" Kai Zhongyang's face was full of joy. The more people going, the better it would be. Wei Shenjin followed. "Boss, can I go as well? Although I don't know much about elixir making, I can run errands and run errands." In the Snow Sword sect of Middle Island, Wei Shenjin was one of the more special ones. If he wanted to go with Lin Yi to the northernmost island, basically no one would object. Chapter 5799. Kai Zhongyang smiled and said, "Little Wei, it's good to go together. There should be something suitable for you at the far north island. Just remember to bring enough spirit jades." After deciding on who to go with them, Kai Zhongyang turned to Lin Yi and said, "Brother Lin, we're taking a huge ship to the far north island this time. The ship is scheduled to dock tomorrow night. If we're on time, we can leave the day after tomorrow. I'll inform you then." "Thank you, Brother Kai." Lin Yi smiled and thanked him before he raised his glass. "Let me propose a toast to everyone. Thank you for taking care of Tianchan and Sydney for the past 2 years." The three of them hurriedly raised their wine glasses and exchanged a few polite words. Then they raised their heads and downed the wine in one gulp. While the atmosphere in the Tiandan pavilion was harmonious, the atmosphere in the medicine sect was a little tense. Lin Yi's sudden return made Zhang Dongsheng a little uneasy. He had been discussing Lin Yi with Wu Miao and Nantian Aurora before this guy popped out. If this continued, Zhang Dongsheng had a premonition that he would be chased away by Lin Yi again. It had happened once in the East Continent. He didn't want it to happen again in the Central Island. Zhang Dongjue put down the teacup in his hand expressionlessly and said faintly, "Cousin, since that brat Lin Yi is back, the revival of the Heavenly Dan Pavilion shouldn't be a problem. Do you have any ideas?" Zhang Dongsheng said impatiently, "What ideas can I have? Wait for Wu Miao and Nantian Aurora to discuss it. We have to come up with a plan. Dongjue, can't you arrange for some spies to go to Tiandan Pavilion? Don't you know that we're at a disadvantage because we don't have accurate information? There are only a few people in Tiandan Pavilion. It's not easy to bribe them, let alone arrange for spies." Zhang Dongjue snorted and said with some dissatisfaction, "Cousin, isn't Tong Yang's death too worthless this time? Don't bring people to do something so meaningless next time." Meaningless things? Zhang Dongsheng was inwardly annoyed. But Tong Yangsua was Zhang Dongjue's man. Since he was killed by the will of heaven when he went out with Zhang Dongjue, he couldn't say anything. It was only right for Zhang Dongjue to grumble a little. "Tong Woli, come in." After Zhang Dongjue finished speaking, he raised his voice and called in a tall and skinny man outside the door. This tall and skinny man had a gloomy face, but his eyes were extremely sharp. He did not say anything as he walked in, only cupped his fists and bowed to Zheng Dongjue and Zheng Dongsheng, then stood up straight and waited at the side. Zheng Dongjue pointed at the lanky man and said to Zheng Dongsheng, "Cousin, this is Tong Yongsui's younger brother Tong Wulsui. The two of them have been with me for many years and can be said to be my left and right arms. This time I will hand him over to you. You must protect him." "Of course." Zheng Dongsheng smiled and nodded to Tong Woli. Without Tong Yongsui by his side, it was somewhat inconvenient to do things. Now that Tong Woli was here, it could be said that he had helped him a lot, so his attitude was considered gentle. As for Tong Yongsui dying because of him, Zheng Dongsheng never thought about it. Of course, those who followed him had to be prepared to die at any time. Tong Woli cupped his fists and bowed again, then finally said, "Grandmaster Zheng, this subordinate will do his best to assist Grandmaster. Moreover, this subordinate will definitely take revenge for my brother." Zheng Dongsheng nodded and promised, "That's natural. I am also quite sad that Tong Yongsui died. This revenge must be avenged. You can rest assured that the will of heaven will take care of him sooner or later. As long as you can do your job wholeheartedly, you will soon see this scene." Tong Woli gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you, Grandmaster Zheng. When the time comes, please let this subordinate deal with the will of heaven. If this subordinate doesn't cut him into pieces, this subordinate will not be able to dispel the hatred in his heart." Of course, that's not a problem. That ignorant the will of heaven deserved such an ending. Zheng Dongsheng agreed to Tong Yongsui's request. He did not need to take out any benefits, and this way, he could obtain Tong Woli's gratitude and loyalty. It was simply too worth it. Zheng Dongjue smiled and said, "Cousin Tong Woli is meticulous and is a rare think tank. Therefore I asked him to come over. Perhaps he can give some useful advice." "Oh, Woli, you are such a rare talent. Come, sit down and talk." Zheng Dongsheng revealed a pleasantly surprised expression, and warmly invited Tong Woli to sit down. He looked like a courteous scholar, but Tong Woli was well aware that there was some sincerity in it. After thanking him, Tong Woli also sat down. However, he only put his hands on half of the chair and straightened his back, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. "Tong Woli, tell me, is there any way to deal with Tiandan Pavilion?" Zheng Dongjue casually glanced at Tong Woli and said lightly. This was to let Tong Woli show off in front of Zheng Dongsheng. Tong Woli immediately cupped his fists and said, "This subordinate thinks that since Lin Yi has returned, then Tiandan Pavilion can't be touched for the time being. Not to mention his own strength and ability, just Okuda Prefecture, Hoguanqi, Kaizhongyang, and that ignorant man the will of heaven alone have a terrifying support for Lin Yi. Before he returned, this support would not be fully displayed, but now it is at the peak." Zheng Dongsheng asked curiously, "Don't you want to seek revenge from the will of heaven? Tiandan Pavilion and the will of heaven are actually two existences. Don't you understand this?" Replying to Master Zheng, this subordinate certainly understands this, but revenge is revenge, and it also needs the right time. This subordinate will not be blinded by hatred and make some wrong judgments. Tong Woli showed some hatred on his face, but he immediately suppressed it. Zheng Dongsheng nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, it is very good that you can think this way. Continue. Now that we can't touch Tiandan Pavilion, what should we do?" "It's very simple, take drastic measures." A trace of madness flashed in Tong Woli's eyes, and even Zheng Dongsheng and his brother did not notice it. This subordinate thinks that Tiandan Pavilion itself is not enough to be feared, and Lin Yi will not always stay in Middle Island. He will only come occasionally, so as long as we get rid of the supporters of Tiandan Pavilion, it will be fine. Are you saying that we should get rid of the acting island master position of Okuda Prefecture? It is not that we have not thought of this method, but it is not very useful. Zheng Dongsheng was a little disappointed. If Tong Woli only had this little knowledge, then he could not be called a wise man. Chapter 5800. Zheng Dongjue said faintly, "Tong Wulsuo, tell me your plan, don't waste time." "Yes, Vice Head." Tong Wulsuo bowed slightly and continued, "We have to make a move on Okuda Prefecture, and the breakthrough point is his brother Okuda Ba. I've received news that Okuda Ba has already formed a small fleet of treasure ships. We can think of a way to deal with this, And if he gets into trouble, our acting island master won't just stand by and watch. Zheng Dongxing's eyes brightened. Why hadn't he, Wu Miao, and Nantian Aurora thought of this before? Okuda Ba was indeed quite a character, but the problem wasn't killing him. It wasn't that difficult. If Okuda Ba was still that ancient warship, it wouldn't be easy to deal with him, but since he had formed a small fleet of treasure ships, there would be a lot more opportunities. Tong Wulsuo stretched out a finger, indicating that what he had just said was the first point. Then he stretched out a second finger and said, "The matter of Okuda State can't be settled so quickly, so we have to take multiple measures at the same time. The second person to make a move is Ho Guanqi from the Dan Hall. With him being a hindrance here, it won't be easy for us to control the Dan Hall, and his support for the Heavenly Dan Hall is second only to the Okuda State." Zheng Dongjue's lips curled. Compared to destroying Tiandan Pavilion, he wanted to control the Elixir Hall more. Zhang Liju couldn't always appear at critical moments, and as long as he could completely control the Elixir Hall, he could slowly wear down Zhang Liju's influence. Tong Wulsuo's suggestion suited him very well. We can't deal with Ho Guanqi in the Middle Island. After all, the Elixir Hall has too much influence here, and it's almost impossible to succeed without a thorough plan. Same goes for Kai Zhongyang of Five Elements Commerce. Tong Wulsuo raised 3 fingers, indicating that these 3 were the most important. As for the will of heaven, Tong Wulsuo didn't mention it. He clearly thought that the will of heaven wasn't a concern, and it was unknown whether it was because of his desire for revenge or because he really thought so. Zheng Dongsheng nodded repeatedly. Although Tong Wumiao didn't tell him the details of his plan, it seemed like it was going in the right direction. It was clearly much better than the plan he had discussed with Wu Miao and Southern Aurora. Originally, it would not be easy to deal with these people, but this is an excellent opportunity. Tong Wulsuo smiled coldly and retracted his outstretched finger, showing his great confidence. What do you mean? Zheng Dongsheng was attracted by Tong Wuli's words and could not help but ask. The Extreme North Island auction. Tong Wulsuo clenched his fists tightly, producing crackling sounds. At the same time, he retracted his sinister smile and spoke in an affirmative tone. Zheng Dongjue interrupted. Our Pill Hall will also be participating in the Extreme North Island's auction this time, so I will think of a way to send Ho Guanqi to the Extreme North Island. Five Elements Commerce's Kai Zhongyang shouldn't be absent. The 2 of them will definitely travel together. Tong Wulsuo, our most important goal now is to control the Pill Hall, so when you come up with a plan you must prioritize this goal. Also, don't provoke Linyi for the time being. Put aside anything that might cause a conflict with Linyi first. At this moment, Zheng Dongjue still didn't know that Ho Guanqi had already decided to go to the Extreme North Island. Otherwise, he would definitely laugh out loud and say that the heavens were on his side. He didn't even need to think of a way to achieve his goal. This was a good start. I understand. Don't worry, Vice Hall Master. Tong Wulsuo bowed respectfully and agreed. Then he continued. Ho Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang are going to the Extreme North Island together. This is the best time to make a move. According to the information I received, they will go on the Okuda Dam ship. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must grasp it well. Zheng Dongsheng couldn't help but be slightly moved. He didn't expect that the 3 important figures in Tong Wulsuo's plan would gather together at once. It was indeed a heaven-sent opportunity. After leaving the island, it would be much easier to deal with the 3 of them. Once something happens to the Okuda Dam, the Okuda Prefecture would definitely not sit idly by. Zheng Dongjue and the others would take the opportunity to make things difficult for him. It wouldn't be a problem to kick him out of his position as the acting island master. This Tong Wulsuo really seemed to be a bit of a strategist. Zheng Dongjue smiled with satisfaction. If we want to deal with them on the ship, we must have our people follow them. Tong Wulsuo, do you want to follow them? How many helpers do you need? Of course, it's easier for me to control the situation if I follow them. If there are any small changes, I can adjust it at any time. As for helpers, I don't need too many. Otherwise, it will easily arouse their vigilance. Just 2 or 3 experts will be enough. Tong Wulsuo replied respectfully. At the same time, he showed enough confidence. Zheng Dongsheng clapped and laughed. Good, that's great. As long as this matter is completed, Tong Wulsuo, any reward you want is not a problem. especially in terms of medicinal pills. As long as you can find the herbs, I can refine them for you for free. Thank you, Grandmaster Zheng. This subordinate will not hesitate even if I have to sacrifice my life for you. Tong Wulsuo's face was full of gratitude, but he was very disdainful in his heart. It was good to refine pills for free, but to do such a big thing, he actually had to find the spiritual herbs to refine pills himself. It was really too stingy. Zheng Dongjue slapped his forehead and said, "That's right, cousin. There is something I forgot to say. This time, among the people from our pill hall going to the extreme North Island, there is an important person. I heard that Tianqing's nephew is young and promising. He is a rare Qilin of our Zheng family. Why don't we let him follow us this time? If there is a chance on the way, we can get our hands on that important person. Then the day when the pill hall falls into our hands is really close." "Oh, who is it that is so important?" Zheng Dongsheng was slightly startled. His grandson, Zheng Tianqing, was only in his early 20s, but he was already in the early stage of nascent soul realm. He was indeed a good genius. Especially Zheng Tianqing's cultivation. He did not rely on too many medicinal pills. It could be said that it was quite rare. This time, he had just arrived at the Middle Island from the East Continent. Zheng Dongjue had not even seen his face yet. How could he have his eyes on him? Zheng Dongjue smiled mysteriously and said in a low voice, "Cousin, rest assured. Do you think I will harm Tianqing? If it wasn't for Tianqing, this disappointing person, I may not be willing to let Tianqing get involved." After that, without waiting for Zheng Dongsheng to ask, he directly leaned over and beckoned him to come closer. Chapter 5801. After hearing this name, Zheng Dongsheng's face was suddenly full of shock, which immediately turned into a huge surprise. He grabbed Zheng Dongjue's wrist and said, "Is what you said true? Is she really going to follow us to the northern island?" Zheng Dongjue chuckled and said, "Naturally it is true, and you only know her identity on the surface. The other hidden identity is absolutely not known." "There is a hidden identity? What is it?" Zheng Dongsheng was slightly startled. Just the identity on the surface is enough to match up with his grandson Zheng Tianqing. What hidden identity is there? You don't need to know this for the time being. If the heavenly crystal is successful, I will definitely tell you in detail. But now is not the time, cousin. You just need to tell the heavenly crystal that he must go all out to do this. He will absolutely not suffer a loss. Zheng Dongjue waved his hand. He did not reveal the answer to Zheng Dongsheng's question. Zheng Dongsheng could only endure the unbearable itch in his heart. Since Zheng Dongjue did not say it now, then there must be a reason. Zheng Dongsheng will not force the other party to say it. Anyway, the identity of that person on the surface is enough to match up with his grandson Zheng Tianqing. The other hidden identity, for the time being, is really not important. Good. In that case, I will let the heavenly crystal go with us. Zheng Dongsheng nodded, then turned to Tong Wulsuo and said, "Wulsuo, I will ask you to take care of my grandson. Remember, the safety of him and that person is the most important. As for the rest of the plan, you can act according to the circumstances. It is better to let go than to invite trouble. Do you understand?" This subordinate understands. Tong Wulsuo bowed his head and respectfully replied. But when he bowed his head, his eyes flashed a trace of disappointment. Zheng Dongsheng was always overcautious. He always changed his mind. He really did not have any courage. This kind of person, if he wanted to have any big development, it was almost impossible. "Well, you can leave first. Go and arrange the manpower and other matters. Under the premise of ensuring the safety of the heavenly crystal and that person, think of a way to complete the task with the least amount of movement and cost," Zheng Dongsheng solemnly ordered, then waved his hand to dismiss Tong Wuli. Here, the itinerary for the northern island was set. The Tiandan pavilion was almost finished. Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang had to continue their preparations, so they left. Wei Xinjin stayed for a while, then left the Tiandan pavilion. After waiting for everyone to leave, Linny also left the Tiandan pavilion and quickly flew towards the seaside. With his speed, he would soon arrive. The reason why he took advantage of the night to come to the seaside was not to find some romance, but to release Languza. If he suddenly appeared in the Tiandan pavilion, it would not be easy to explain the origin of Languza. Moreover, Linny needed Languza's identity as the overlord of the sea. This trip to the northern island, with Languza cruising in the nearby sea, it was estimated that it would be much smoother. So he did not hesitate to secretly put Languza in the sea, waiting for a chance encounter in the future. Then Languza could reasonably follow him. After coming out of the space of the jade pendant, Languza stretched his waist, making a crackling sound, then curiously looked around a few times and said, "Boss, this is the Heavenly Island? There doesn't seem to be anything fun here. It's no different from the small Jianghu." Linny faintly smiled and said, "Languza, I have mentioned to you before that I will let you cruise in the surrounding sea and help me collect some inner dawn of sea beasts. Now you have to act as a person to protect the treasure ship from a distance. When we reach the shore, you can find any excuse to meet me." Although Languza did not want to leave Linny, since Linny had made a decision, he would certainly not oppose it. He could only hope that there were enough sea beasts in this sea. In any case, he was also a member of the royal family of the Endless Sea. If he could show off here, it would be a very satisfying thing. Moreover, he would be protecting the surroundings not far from Linny, so there was no need to worry too much. "Languza, your strength is indeed at the pinnacle in the immemorial underworld. However, there are countless people who are stronger than you on the heavenly stage island. Not only are they at the mountain opening stage, but there are also many at the earth opening stage and even the sea splitting stage. Especially in the depths of the various seas, even though you are a dragon in the sea, you must not be careless." Linny said to Languza with a dignified expression. The mysterious ascension late stage was not weak, but compared to the real experts in the sea it was still an ant. For example, the Five Evils dragon was thousands of times stronger than Languza, but he still hid in his nest and did not dare to come out. Of course it was also because he was targeted by the vermilion bird, otherwise, it should not be too big a problem for him to become the overlord of a region. Languza did not care and said with a smile, "Boss, don't worry, I Languza have always been cautious in doing things. I will never do things that I am not sure of, but once I do it I will definitely succeed. With my peerless talent, I will soon be able to improve my strength and become the real king of the sea." Linny smiled faintly. Languza was cautious in doing things? This joke was not bad. However, his talent was indeed quite strong. It should not be too difficult for a mutated sea dragon to break through the mysterious ascension stage and enter the mountain opening stage. If it could evolve into a real sea dragon again, the sea splitting stage and earth opening stage would not be too big of an obstacle. "Okay, go, be careful. When you enter the mountain opening stage, come back and follow me again." Linny smiled and waved his hand at Languza, and set a goal for him. This was not a difficult thing for Languza. After the sea dragon returned to the sea, leveling up was a relatively simple thing. It would not take long for him to achieve this goal. Languza patted his chest and laughed loudly at Linny. "Boss, don't worry, I Languza still want to go everywhere with you to play. It's just the mountain opening stage, it won't take a few months." If he was still in the small Jianghu of ancient times, Languza would definitely not dare to say such big words. Every small stage of the mysterious ascension stage could not be broken through without decades of accumulation. But after arriving at the heavenly island, Languza clearly felt that this place was different from the small Jianghu of ancient times. Although he could not explain it clearly, he could feel that his cultivation had a desire to soar into the sky. Perhaps it was because the spiritual qi here was more abundant, or perhaps it was because the rules of heaven and earth on the heavenly island were more complete. There was less suppression on the strength of the realm. Chapter 5802. Under normal circumstances, the two could use the communication bead to contact each other. In order to prevent special situations, Linny and Languza agreed not to use the communication bead at sea, and then let him leave Zhongdao. After returning to Tiandan Pavilion, Linny began to refine the 6th and 7th grade elixirs. On the one hand, it was for Tiandan Pavilion to sell, and on the other hand it was also to prepare for the auction. Of course, if he wanted to use elixirs to raise the funds to buy the Spirit Gathering Branch and the Soul Nourishing Wood, the 6th and 7th grade elixirs were probably not enough. Although the Thunder Xian pill was precious, if he wanted to buy treasures like the Spirit Gathering Branch and the Soul Nourishing Wood with it, it must be accumulated in quantity. Linny did not want to refine all his Thunder Xian Rattan into Thunder Xian pill, and then exchange it for the Spirit Gathering Branch and the Soul Nourishing Wood. It was too wasteful. The best way, of course, was to refine the first-grade elixirs of the Soul Nourishing Wood. For example, the Solid Earth pill, which could be used by the Earth Opening stage, or the Mountain Gazing pill, which was used to comprehend the breakthrough of the mysterious ascending stage to the mountain opening stage. It was a pity that although Lin Yi had the prescriptions of these two elixirs, he did not have the materials to refine them. The preciousness of these materials was indeed incomparable to the spirit-gathering branch and the soul-nourishing wood, but it was more precious and rare than the thunder Xian Rot Tan. After a night of refining elixirs, Lin Yi handed all the elixirs to Tian Chan. However, he heard that Shanghai Laner was picked up by Tian Chan last night. It seemed that there was something urgent. Originally, Shanghai Laner was going to say goodbye to Lin Yi, but she heard that he was refining elixirs in seclusion, so she did not disturb him. She directly followed Ram Jia, who came to pick her up, back to the North Island. Hearing that the person who came was Ram Jia, Lin Yi was not worried that Shanghai Laner would be in danger. In the whole North Island except for Tian Chan, Ram Jia was probably the last person who would hurt Shanghai Laner. He did not know what happened in the North Island that made Tian Chan take Lan Air back so urgently. Lin Yi thought that when he passed the North Island this time, he must go and have a look, but now he could only put it aside. If Tian Chan needed his help, Ram Jia should wait for him to come out. Since he did not say anything, it meant that the matter was not urgent enough for Lin Yi to help. Seeing that there was no change in Han Jingjing, Lin Yi went out again and went to Alchemy Hall to look for Ho Guanqi. Ho Guanqi had taken the initiative to go to the auction in the far North Island, so he was also packing at the moment. He was a little surprised by Lin Yi's sudden visit. "Brother Lin, why do you suddenly come to me?" Ho Guanqi greeted him with a smile. If everything went well, they would be on the boat together tonight. Now that Lin Yi came, it must be for something. Lin Yi smiled and cupped his fists, saying, "Brother Ho, I took the liberty to visit you. Don't you welcome me?" "How could it be? You are a rare guest that I can't even invite. Come in and sit down." Ho Guanqi laughed and pulled Lin Yi in. After asking someone to serve spiritual tea, he asked, "Brother, you are not here just to chat with me, are you?" "Chatting is also one of my goals, but I still have something I need Brother Ho's help with." Lin Yi did not stand on ceremony and revealed his purpose with a smile. "It's like this. I came this time to ask Brother Ho if there are any mountain gazing stones in the Alchemy Hall. If there are, can you sell some to me?" "Brother Lin wants to refine the mountain gazing pill? With your cultivation you really should get ready." Ho Guanqi was slightly startled, but then he felt relieved. Lin Yi was already at the peak of the late stage of mysterious ascension. It was normal for him to prepare to comprehend the mountain gazing pill of the mountain opening stage in advance. The name mountain gazing stone sounded like a stone, but it was actually a type of spirit fruit. It was just that its appearance was very similar to a stone, so it had such a name. To be precise, it should be called mountain gazing fruit. However, this mountain gazing fruit was extremely rare, much more precious than the lightning Xian vine. Even the Alchemy Hall might not have it. Lin Yi was just asking with the mentality of trying it out. He didn't really expect to get the mountain gazing stone. Unexpectedly, Ho Guanqi nodded. "If it's mountain gazing stones, the Alchemy Hall does have some in reserve. This thing was left behind by my master, and other than him, no one else would use it. There should be 2 left." Lin Yi was delighted. He didn't think that the Alchemy Hall would actually have mountain gazing stones. As expected of the Pil God Zhang Liju's territory, there were many good things. As for 2 mountain gazing stones, that was definitely enough. Lin Yi knew that 1 stone was enough for him to refine 5 to 6 mountain gazing pills. As long as he could get one, he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough spirit jades for the future auctions. "Brother Ho, I wonder if this mountain gazing stone of the Alchemy Hall can be transferred to me? How many spirit stones do you need? Just tell me." Lin Yi didn't hide his desire for the mountain gazing stone. If it were someone else, of course he wouldn't speak like this, but since it was Ho Guanqi, it didn't matter. He wouldn't raise the price to Lin Yi no matter what. Ho Guanqi hesitated for a moment before saying with a bitter smile, "Brother Lin, if it's my own, there's no harm in giving these 2 mountain gazing stones to you. However, you also know that this isn't mine. Instead, it's something that Master left in the pill hall as a reserve. If there's someone in our pill hall who can refine the mountain gazing pill, it's fine to use it." Lin Yi understood immediately. If he wanted to use the mountain gazing stone to refine the pill, he first had to become a disciple of the Alchemy Hall. As for how they used the resources and what they needed to trade, that wasn't important. He wasn't even a disciple of the alchemy hall, so it was impossible for him to get the mountain gazing stone. Seeing Lin Yi's disappointed look, Hou Guanqi gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Lin, if you were to refine the mountain gazing pill, how confident are you?" Lin Yi was slightly startled. Although he hadn't refined the mountain gazing pill before, it wasn't that the Shen cauldron hadn't refined a first-grade profound rank pill before. It shouldn't be too difficult to refine it. If it was only one furnace, the success rate couldn't be guaranteed. If it was 2 furnaces, the success rate wouldn't fluctuate much after the correction. Brother Ho, the mountain gazing pill is a first-grade profound rank pill. I think the success rate is more than 60%. Lin Yi casually said a conservative number. Then his eyes lit up. Could it be that Brother Ho has a way for me to refine the mountain gazing pill? Chapter 5803. I see. Lin Yi was impressed by this rule, and of course he was even more impressed by Zhang Liju, who had set up this store. High-level treasures might not have much of a circulation, but low-level herbs were enough for most disciples to have to worry about not having enough ingredients to concoct pills. With this rule in place, the storehouse would only get bigger and bigger. It was a pity that Hou Guanqi wasn't a mystic first-level refiner, and he didn't have the right to exchange for the mountain gazing stone. Lin Yi didn't know what he was talking about. Hou Guanqi didn't want to keep him in suspense. He continued speaking to Lin Yi. With my identity in the hall, I can use a mountain gazing stone to concoct a pills. Of course, the rule is that I have to exchange with something of equal value, or exchange with points. That's not a problem. The problem is that while I can exchange for it, I have to return the corresponding pill first. Lin Yi understood instantly. No wonder Hou Guanqi asked him about his chances of success. If he couldn't guarantee success, then Hou Guanqi wouldn't be able to return the pill, and that would cause problems. Brother Ho, how many pills do you need for a mountain gazing stone to complete the task? And what should I use to exchange for it? Lin Yi naturally wouldn't make things difficult for Hou Guanqi. As long as he could concoct the mountain gazing pill, Lin Yi believed that his Shen cauldron would be able to concoct more than what he needed. Hou Guanqi smiled. Don't worry about the exchange, I'll take care of that. As for the mountain gazing pill, it'll be good enough if we can return one to the hall. We don't need many. After all, it's not easy to concoct the mountain gazing pill, and you have a 60% chance of success. One mountain gazing stone should be able to concoct 2 or 3 pills, right? Lin Yi calmed down. 5 sets of ingredients, and the Shen cauldron might be able to concoct 7 mountain gazing pills. Other than the uncertainty of the first attempt, Lin Yi estimated that he would have at least 4 or 5. And giving Hou Guanqi 2 would be no problem. In actuality, Hou Guanqi was a bit worried. What he didn't tell Lin Yi was that if he failed to apply for resources beyond his level, he'd have to pay double the penalty, and he wouldn't be able to go to the storage for 2 years to trade for materials, especially if the materials he traded weren't for his own use. The consequences were even more serious. Helping Lin Yi this time, Hou Guanqi was indeed taking a huge risk. He might be Zhang Liju's disciple, but making a mistake like this in the Hall of Elixirs still wasn't something he could talk about. If Lin Yi knew about this, he wouldn't have asked Hou Guanqi to get the mountain gazing stone for himself. He'd rather sell all the lightning Xian vine than let Hou Guanqi get into trouble. Brother Ho, please rest assured. A mountain gazing pill is absolutely not a problem. As for the materials to be exchanged, I really don't have anything that can compare to the mountain gazing stone. I wonder if this piece of spiritual sense grassroot can do it? Lin Yi took out a flat jade box he'd prepared, and in it was a palm-sized and 2-finger-thick spirit grass. He passed it to Hou Guanqi casually, thinking that this should be more than enough to exchange for the mountain gazing stone, right? After all, the spirit grass's ability to refine one's spirit-ignored levels. Even earth-opening level could use it. Hou Guanqi's face changed, and he quickly took it with both hands. After opening the jade box, he cried out in shock. It really is the legendary spirit grassroot. Although he hadn't seen the spirit grassroot before, the waves of mysterious aura that was enough to cause spirit ripples made him completely sure that this was the legendary spirit grassroot. Brother Lin, where did you get this kind of treasure? Such a big piece of spirit grassroot, not to mention 1 mountain gazing stone, even 10 mountain gazing stones wouldn't be enough to exchange for it. Hou Guanqi closed the jade box excitedly, wanting to return it to Lin Yi, but he seemed reluctant. Brother Ho, you know about the spirit grass root? Although it's very good to use the spirit grass root to refine the spirit grass root, it's not enough to exchange for 10 mountain gazing stones, right? Linny looked at Ho Guanqi strangely. He didn't know why the spirit grass root made him so excited. This was just a small piece that he casually cut off and he was already so excited. If Ho Guanqi saw the entire spirit grass root in the jade pendant space, wouldn't he faint directly? Brother Lin, you didn't directly use the spirit grass root to refine the spirit grass root, right? Ho Guanqi looked at Linny with a sluggish face. His eyes were full of the look of looking at a prodigal son. Linny said in his heart, weren't we talking about the mountain gazing stone? Why are we getting further and further away from the spirit grass root? But looking at Ho Guanqi's expression, Linny also wanted to know, the spirit grass root wasn't directly used to refine the spirit? Was there any other use? Brother Ho, I did directly use the spirit grass root to refine the spirit. Is there anything wrong with it? In terms of alchemy knowledge, Linny really couldn't compare to Ho Guanqi. Although he had Zhang Liju's alchemy notes, it was only compiled in the secular world. The basic theory was indeed incomparably strong in other aspects until now it has slowly become insufficient. After Ho Guanqi heard Lin Yi's words, he was simply heartbroken. Hey Brother Lin, it's not that I want to criticize you. You are already a mystic class alchemy master. How can you do such a reckless thing? The spirit grass root is a legendary treasure. You actually used it directly to refine the spirit. It's simply too wasteful. Haven't you heard of the spirit tempering pill? Linny suddenly blushed. His title as a mystic class alchemy master really didn't live up to the name. If there was no Han Jingjing, he wouldn't be able to refine the pill at all. As for what the spirit tempering pill was, he really hadn't heard of it. Ho Guanqi sighed, and without waiting for Linny to speak, he continued, I can't blame you for not knowing, although the spirit tempering pill recipe is still circulated. But the spirit grass and spirit grass root have long been extinct in the Heavenly Island, so this spirit tempering pill is now not heard by many people. Plus the Heavenly Island doesn't pay too much attention to the cultivation of the spirit. Saying that the spirit tempering pill has been lost doesn't matter. Brother Ho, you mean the spirit grass root can be refined into the spirit tempering pill? And the effect is even better than directly using the spirit grass root to refine the spirit? Linny has already understood, and his heart was also a little regretful. It seems that when there is nothing to do, he still needs to collect more elixir recipes and alchemy books. Otherwise the next time he gets a treasure, it will be wasted in vain. Chapter 5804. Ho Guanqi sighed again and said, it's more than just excellent. Your spiritual awareness grassroots can be divided into at least 30 or 40 portions of spirit tempering pill's main material. If you directly use these spiritual awareness grassroots to quench your divine sense, then after refining the spirit tempering pill, there will be at least 50 to 60% of the effect. You should be able to understand the difference, right? Linny was suddenly shocked. He knew how many spiritual awareness grassroots he had wasted. Although there were still a lot of spiritual awareness grassroots in the space of the jade pendant, it was inevitable that he would feel some pain. Ho Guanqi said that there were 30 or 40 portions of materials here. Then the Shinong cauldron could at least refine 40 or 50 spirit tempering pills. Wouldn't the effect be even stronger? However, thinking that without the spiritual awareness grassroots to quench his divine sense, he would not be able to integrate it so smoothly in the ancient small Jianghu. His heart calmed down a lot. Anyway, there were so many spiritual awareness grassroots it didn't matter if he used some. One more point is the most important. Directly using the spiritual awareness grassroots to quench the divine sense is a very painful thing. Brother Lin, I really admire you for being able to persist. If you use the spirit tempering pill, this pain can be reduced at least 10 times. Ho Guanqi gave a thumbs up to Lin Yi. Apparently really admired Lin Yi for being able to endure such pain. Lin Yi suddenly did not know whether to laugh or cry. Really uncultured. Really terrible. It turned out that the pain of quenching the divine sense could be completely avoided. He thought that it was necessary to experience it in order to become stronger, but the result was not the case at all. Ho Guanqi calmed his mood and handed the jade box to Lin Yi and said, Brother Lin, this thing is too precious. It is not worth exchanging it for the mountain gazing stone. You should keep it. Even if you want to exchange, 1/10 of the size is enough. Lin Yi did not take the jade box and directly pushed it back and said, Brother Ho, you can keep it if you can exchange it for the mountain gazing stone. If there are any extra, consider it a gift from me to Brother Ho. If Brother Ho can help me find the pill recipe of the spirit tempering pill, That would be even better. Since Hou Guanqi could know about the spirit-tempering pill, it was very likely that he had seen the pill recipe of the spirit-tempering pill. Lin Yi still had so many spiritual awareness grassroots in his hands. Instead of throwing them in the jade pendant space, it would be better to find a way to refine the spirit-tempering pill. Compared to the mountain-gazing pill, the purifying spirit pill was probably more popular. If Hou Guanqi could find the recipe for it, he wouldn't care about the mountain-gazing stone. When Hou Guanqi heard that Lin Yi wanted the pill recipe of the spirit-tempering pill, he immediately understood that he still had some spiritual awareness grassroots on him. Otherwise, what was the use of the pill recipe? Since Lin Yi still had the spiritual awareness grassroots, Hou Guanqi was no longer polite. He really wanted the spiritual awareness grassroots in this jade box. The key was that the difficulty of refining the spirit-tempering pill was not high. At most he had just entered the yellow grade 7th grade. He could barely try to refine it. Brother Lin, then this big brother will not be polite. The pill recipe of the spirit-tempering pill, we have it in the pill hall. You can exchange it with contribution points because the spiritual awareness grass is extinct on the Heaven Stage Island, so the exchange rate is not high. You wait a moment. I will immediately go and get the mountain-gazing stone and the pill recipe of the spirit-tempering pill for you. Hou Guanqi put away the jade box and immediately stood up and said to Lin Yi. In exchange for the mountain-gazing stone, Hou Guanqi was not prepared to use the spiritual awareness grassroots. This thing was too precious. He would rather use his other spiritual grass to exchange for it. As for the slightly illegal place, he did not care much about it, but now he did not care about it. Lin Yi thanked Hou Guanqi and watched Hou Guanqi leave in a hurry. He originally wanted to say that he did not want the mountain-gazing stone. He just needed the pill recipe of the spirit-tempering pill. Anyway, refining the spirit-tempering pill would be enough to raise enough funds. But after thinking about it, the mountain-gazing pill would be used sooner or later. If he did not refine it, it would be better to keep it for his own use. So he did not say anything. After waiting for half an hour or so, Hou Guanqi walked in quickly and handed a small jade box to Lin Yi with a smile on his face. There was also a pill recipe made of parchment paper. Brother Lin, this is the mountain-gazing stone and the pill recipe of the spirit-tempering pill. It's a pity that with my authority, I can only exchange for a mountain-gazing stone. Otherwise I would have given both to you. Hou Guanqi said with some embarrassment. The spiritual awareness grassroot made him feel that he had taken a big advantage. Lin Yi did not care, but he could not ignore it. Brother Hou, don't say that. With the mountain-gazing stone and the pill recipe of the spirit-tempering pill, you have already helped me a lot. Well, you go ahead and sort it out. I also have to go back and sort it out. See you on the ship. Lin Yi got what he wanted and immediately got up to leave. This time he just planned to ask. He did not expect that not only did he get a mountain-gazing stone, but also accidentally got the pill recipe of the spirit-tempering pill. Lin Yi could not wait to go back and try it. If he could really refine the spirit-tempering pill, Lin Yi was ready to leave a part of it for Tianchan and Sydney, so that they could also temper their spiritual awareness. Unfortunately, apart from the Heaven's Fortune battle art, he did not have any spiritual awareness cultivation methods suitable for them to cultivate. Otherwise, with the spirit-tempering pill, they would be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Okay. Then we will see you on the ship in the evening. Take care. Hou Guanqi sent Lin Yi to the door, waved goodbye, turned to pack up his luggage, and then prepared to study the refining of the spirit-tempering pill. Of course, Hou Guanqi did not have the heaven-defying function of Lin Yi's Shenong cauldron, and now there was no way to refine the pill. He could only study it first, and after boarding the ship, he would try to refine the spirit-tempering pill. It was estimated that the time to go to the extreme North Island should be enough for him to refine it once or twice. Lin Yi originally wanted to go to the Five Elements Commerce to visit Kai Zhongyang, and let him also collect the materials and pill recipe of the profound grade 1 pill, but now it was not necessary. With the pill recipe of the spirit-tempering pill, plus the large spiritual awareness grassroot in his hand, he certainly did not need to go to Kai Zhongyang now. It was not too late to collect it after boarding the ship. Back to the Tiandan Pavilion, Lin Yi and Tianchan and Sydney greeted each other, then returned to the room again to start refining the pill. After taking out the Shenong cauldron and entering the formula of the spirit-tempering pill, the automatic alchemy system began to generate the alchemy script. The best ratio was to refine 4 sets of materials at the same time, and it was estimated that 5 pills could be refined. In addition to the spiritual awareness grassroot, the rest of the auxiliary spirit grasses Lin Yi had reserves, so there was no problem in this regard. Taking out a thumb-thick spiritual awareness grassroot, Lin Yi put the rest of the spirit grasses together into the Shenong cauldron and began to condense the pill fire to refine the spirit tempering pill. However, to Lin Yi's surprise, this time the alchemy only started for 5 minutes and was declared a failure. Chapter 5805. Fortunately, the system analyzed the reason for the failure and told Lin Yi, the refinement of the spirit cleansing pill requires the combination of the spirit cleansing flame and qi refinement flame. Generating new refinement script. Please wait a moment, Lin Yi bro. It required the spirit cleansing flame and qi refinement flame to be used together? Lin Yi was speechless. If that was the case, then wouldn't he be the only one on Sky-class island who could concoct the spirit cleansing pill? Even Zhang Liju wouldn't be able to conjure the spirit cleansing pill, right? But it was hard to say for this cheap Shifu of his who knew he might have some miraculous abilities. Speaking of which, he should remind Hou Guanqi so that he wouldn't waste the spirit grassroot. But Lin Yi knew that he wouldn't be able to concoct the pill today, so he wasn't in a rush. He'd tell him when he got on the boat, and he'd also tell him and Kai Zhongyang how to conjure the spirit cleansing pill fire. 2 minutes later, the new refinement script was generated, and Lin Yi cleaned out the residue in the Shenong cauldron and put in the 4 portions of the spirit cleansing pill ingredients. He then started to multitask, injecting pure qi into the cauldron and the spirit cleansing pill with the other. Thanks to the experience of conjuring the super refinement flame bomb, Lin Yi was able to multitask easily. He followed the instructions of the system and alternated the 2 types of energy. Of course, most of the time he had to use both pure qi and spirit cleansing at the same time. In terms of difficulty, it was even harder than concocting a mystic-class pill like the Earth-solid pill. Lin Yi estimated that even if Hou Guanqi learned how to conjure the spirit-cleansing pill fire, he might not be able to concoct the spirit-cleansing pill. Although this pill was classified as a golden-class 7th-level pill, that was an ancient classification. With the current difficulty, it wouldn't be strange to say that it was a mystic-class 2nd-level pill. Besides, the most important thing was that Hou Guanqi learning how to conjure the spirit-cleansing pill fire now was the same as starting from 0. Ding! 7 soul-tempering pills have been obtained, 2 more than expected. All of them are of the highest quality. Analyzing the reason, Lin Yi was overjoyed. He originally thought that after the first failure, the new script would need to be tested a few more times before it could be perfected. Who knew that he would directly produce a super-perfect pill refinement? Not only was the quality of all the pills unique, but even the quantity was 2 more than the original estimate. The analysis of the cause of the abnormality is complete. Due to the fact that the main ingredient used is of a higher grade, an overflow occurred. If the main ingredient of the same grade is used in the next pill refinement, the amount used can be reduced by half, or the amount of supplementary ingredients can be doubled. I see. I understand now. Lin Yi nodded and whispered he really understood. In the soul-tempering pill recipe, the main material was actually the spiritual consciousness grass, but Lin Yi directly used the spiritual consciousness grass root. It would be strange if there was no overflow. In fact, it was a waste of the spiritual qi of the spiritual sense grass root. If it was divided into 2 alchemy, that piece of spiritual sense grass root should be able to produce 10 pills. But it didn't matter, Lin Yi didn't have much, but he had a lot of spiritual sense grass roots. Immediately taking out the jade bottle, he put away the 6 soul-tempering pills, and then left one and swallowed it directly. Before giving it to Tian Chan and Sydney, Lin Yi must try it himself first so that if there was any problem it would be too late to regret it. The pill still had the warmth of the freshly refined pill, and after entering Lin Yi's mouth, it turned into a warm current flowing into his abdomen, and then rose to his knowledge sea and began to temper Lin Yi's spiritual sense. After experiencing the painful tempering of the spiritual sense grass root, the soul-tempering pill was simply gentle like a lover's caress. In a short period of time, Lin Yi's spiritual sense seemed to have condensed a little, and there was no side effect. Lin Yi really wanted to cry but had no tears. If he had this pill recipe earlier, he wouldn't have to suffer so much. But then again, if Han Jingjing hadn't upgraded the automatic alchemy system and included the spiritual sense pill flame, even if Lin Yi had the pill recipe, he might not have been able to refine the soul-tempering pill. Good stuff. The soul-tempering pill is really a good thing. If I take it out to auction, I don't believe it won't sell for a good price. Lin Yi opened his eyes, smiled to himself, and then began to refine the soul-tempering pill again. This time he reduced the amount of spiritual sense grassroot by half, and sure enough he refined 5 pills, and they were still of special quality. The Shenong cauldron with the automatic alchemy system was so heaven-defying. After refining 3 batches of soul-tempering pills in a row, Lin Yi stopped. 16 special quality soul-tempering pills. With the strength of Tian Chan and Sydney's spiritual sense, it was enough for them to cultivate for 2 or 3 months. When he returned from the extreme North Island, he would give them some more. Seeing that there was still some time before dark, and Kai Zhongyang had not come to inform him that he could board the ship, Lin Yi simply took out the mountain gazing stone and prepared to refine the mountain gazing pill. Lin Yi was not in a hurry to refine this kind of pill, but Hou Guanqi still needed to have a mountain gazing pill, so he still wanted to refine it as soon as possible and hand it over to Hou Guanqi. After the failure of the spirit tempering pill, the automatic alchemy system began to automatically include the divine sense alchemy fire and the true qi alchemy fire into the scope of calculation when analyzing the alchemy recipe and forming the alchemy script. Therefore, there were actually 2 alchemy fire refining methods for this mountain gazing pill. In other words, both the spiritual sense pill fire and the true qi pill fire could be used to refine this kind of pill. It all depended on which one to choose. Anyway, the result was the same. In this regard, Lin Yi did not care. Anyway, he was already used to using true qi and spiritual sense. Either one was fine, it was just that using true qi was easier. When the sky was dark, the mountain gazing pill was finally refined successfully. Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that although it was his first time refining the mountain gazing pill, in the end, there were actually 9 pills, and all of them were top-grade mountain gazing pills of special quality. No one would believe it if he said it out. Originally, the script expected 7 pills, which made Lin Yi very happy. After all, a mountain gazing stone was only a little more than 5 pills, but in the end it almost doubled. This was probably because of the 2 alchemy fire refining methods, which made the efficacy of the pills more perfectly fused together. In a happy mood, Lin Yi put away the mountain gazing pill, cleaned up the Shenong cauldron, and did not continue refining pills. Instead, he went to Han Jingjing's room. Han Jingjing was still the same, nothing had changed. Lin Yi looked at her calm face and smiled. Jingjing, thanks to your automatic alchemy system, I don't have to worry about not having enough spiritual jades to buy the spirit gathering branch. Last time you went to Earth to save me, this time let me save you. I will be back soon. Lin Yi smiled and said, Jingjing, thanks to your automatic alchemy system, I don't have to worry about not having enough spiritual jades to buy the spirit gathering branch. Last time you went to Earth to save me, this time let me save you. Chapter 5806. I will. Lin Yi nodded and said solemnly. He then took out the jade bottle containing the spirit tempering pills and said, Here are 16 spirit tempering pills. You and Sydney will each have half. It can be used to temper one's spirit. Spirit tempering pill? You actually concocted the spirit tempering pill? Tian Chan raised her head and looked at Lin Yi in surprise. It was evident that she had heard of what the spirit tempering pill was. Lin Yi immediately blushed. Even Tian Chan knew about the spirit tempering pill, but he had never heard of it. He was really too ignorant. In fact, Tian Chan had only read about it in the Alchemy Hall's records. This was the importance of inheritance. If Lin Yi could stay by Zhang Liju's side, his knowledge wouldn't be as limited as it was now. Of course, his achievements wouldn't be as high as they were now. There are 2 more mountain gazing pills. Give one to Tian Bro. Although he won't be able to use it now, he will be able to use it in the future. As for the other one, put it in the shop and sell it as the treasure of the shop. Lin Yi didn't explain about the spirit tempering pill. He just gave the 2 mountain gazing pills to Tian Chan. The will of heaven practiced the creation arts that Lin Yi had helped him modify. He should be able to improve very quickly in the future. With 1 mountain gazing pill, he might be able to enter the opening mountain phase very soon. As for the other one, it could make Tiandan Pavilion's reputation skyrocket again. Although it wouldn't be able to make up for the loss of the past 2 years, it could at least restore some of the popularity. Tian Chan didn't ask much about the pills. She put them away and hugged Lin Yi and said, The other things aren't important. It's good that you are safe. Remember to come back soon. I will. Lin Yi smiled and reached out to hug Tian Chan's soft body. He then saw Shueli poking her head out of the door to look at them. He waved at Shueli, asking her to come over. She was a bit shy at first, but she quickly came over. Evidently, she knew that he was going to the extreme North Island soon, and she wouldn't be able to see him for a while. She didn't want to miss any chance. Tian-chan, on the other hand, was generous. She pulled Shueli into his arms, giving him the rare feeling of hugging someone left and right. Kai Zhongyang's men were still waiting downstairs, and Linny didn't waste any more time. After a simple goodbye, he grabbed his luggage and went downstairs. As soon as he went out, he saw Wei Shanjin rushing over. He waved his hand and said, "Boss, the fleet is here. We can go over." "I'm going over. Let's go together." Linny nodded to Wei Shanjin and followed the people sent by Kai Zhongyang to the dock. It didn't take long for them to see the outline of a huge treasure ship docked at the Middle Island's dock. There were many people loading and unloading goods. One side was unloading goods, and the other side was loading goods. Although it was busy, it was carried out in an orderly manner. Linny looked at it. There were a total of 5 ships docked. In addition to the 4 large treasure ships, there was also a very familiar ancient warship. After sweeping it with his divine sense, he saw an old acquaintance, Okuda Ba, looking at the busy crowd on the dock. Ho Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang were beside Okuda Ba, chatting and laughing with him. Perhaps it was because of the relationship between Okuda Ba and Lin Yi. They seemed to have a good relationship. When Lin Yi's divine sense swept over, the 3 people seemed to have noticed his arrival. They all moved to the entrance of the ancient warship and waited for him. Obviously, Lin Yi was very important to them. After knowing that they were waiting for him, Lin Yi also sped up. Soon he saw them. He immediately smiled and cupped his fists, saying, "Captain Okuda, long time no see. We finally meet again. Brother Lin, you're treating me like an outsider." "What captain? You're my honorary vice-captain here." Okuda Ba laughed and walked forward quickly. He directly gave Lin Yi a firm hug, fully showing the forthright nature of a man at sea. Lin Yi smiled and said, "It's my fault. Brother Okuda, please forgive me. Why are you sending us to the northernmost island this time? Brother Ho and Brother Kai are not good friends. You have been hiding it from me." Kai Zhongyang laughed and said, "I want to give you a surprise, Lin brothers. Captain Okuda has been to Nakajima several times. He has been asking about you. I think you will be very happy to see him, right?" Lin Yi now knew that Okuda Ba had come to see him several times in the past 2 years. This was not easy. Previously, Okuda Ba was not willing to go to Nakajima. It was enough to show his hospitality to visit him several times in the past 2 years. "I am indeed very happy. Also, thank you, Brother Okuda, for your concern." Lin Yi remembered this favor in his heart. When there is a chance, he will definitely return it. "Alright, let's go up and talk. I, Okuda Ba, don't entertain guests here." Okuda Ba was in a good mood. He pulled Lin Yi's hand and called everyone to board the ship. The ships on the side were busy loading and unloading cargo. Only Okuda Ba's ancient warship didn't load or unload anything. It was just replenishing some of the materials needed at sea. Lin Yi's heart slightly moved. He asked with a smile, "Brother Okuda, could it be that you have already built a fleet? These 4 enormous ships are all under your command?" When Okuda Ba heard Lin Yi's question, a proud expression appeared on his face. He immediately waved his hand and said, "No, among these 4 giant ships, only 2 are mine. The other 2 are my companions. They asked me to escort them along the way. Although my dream is to build an invincible fleet, these 2 treasured ships are far from being a fleet. It's just a small fleet. Brother Okuda is too modest. How long has it been? You already have 2 giant ships. In a few years, you will definitely be able to build an invincible fleet." Kai Zhongyang complimented from the side. However, what he said was the truth. To be able to add 2 giant ships in 2 years without relying on the Okuda clan behind him, Okuda Ba's ability was definitely very powerful. However, after Okuda Ba and Okuda Ba reunited 2 years ago, no one knew whether Okuda Ba helped him in the dark. But thinking about it, it was obvious that he had contributed. "Thank you for your auspicious words." Okuda Ba couldn't conceal the happiness on his face. Obviously, Kai Zhongyang had hit the nail on the head. Lin Yi also praised him. Indeed, there were more giant ships on the Heaven Stage Island than ancient warships. However, they weren't cabbages that could be casually found. It was already not easy for Okutaba to add 2 giant ships in 2 years. To be continued. Chapter 5807. This time, the precious items of Middle Island's various families have been brought to the warship, and the ordinary ones have been placed on my 2 treasure ships. Of course, there are also many of my own goods. It's very tiring to maintain these 3 ships. If I don't transport my own goods, I won't even have enough food for my subordinates. Okutaba said with a smile, but he didn't look tired at all. Instead, he looked very happy. Linny understood as well Okuda Dam's ancient warships usually didn't carry cargo, and were used as a military force. This time, however, there were a lot of guests with high statuses in Nakajima, and so they were allowed to bring their most precious items on the warship. Of course, the safety of the giant treasure ships was very high, but compared to the ancient warship, it was not worth mentioning at all. The people of Middle Island with high status were all important customers of Okutaba. As long as there was no special reason, they would definitely choose to take the ancient warship. As soon as they arrived on the deck, Linny saw a group of people from the Hong Chamber of Commerce also boarding the ship. Although he wasn't familiar with the people from the Hong Chamber of Commerce, he was still the honorary vice president, after all. He had to go and greet them. Brother Okuda, I'll go and greet the people from the Hong Chamber of Commerce. You guys go in first, I'll be there in a while. Linny greeted Okutaba and the others, then walked to the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Originally, Linny wasn't interested in this kind of thing, but Hong Zhong was his best friend. For his sake, Linny should go and greet him, especially since Linny wanted to know how Hong Zhong was doing recently. This is Vice President Wei of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, right? I'm Linny, we should have met before. Linny smiled and greeted him with cupped fists. This time there weren't many acquaintances in the Hong Chamber of Commerce, but Linny had indeed met Vice President Wei 2 years ago. However, they didn't have much interaction, and he didn't even know his name. There was no friendship between them at all. If it weren't for such a familiar person, Linny might not have come. Vice Chairman Wei glanced at Linny indifferently. He didn't even look at him as he cupped his fists and said indifferently, I'm Wei Jiating. What's the matter? Linny was slightly startled. Could it be that this Wei Jiating didn't know him? Logically speaking, it was impossible. Even if Linny had not appeared for 2 years on Middle Island, there were probably not many people who did not know of Linny's name, not to mention that he was the honorary vice president of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Taking a step back, even if Wei Jiating didn't know who Linny was, as the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, how could he put on such an expression on the ancient battleship of Okuda Dam? Didn't they know that those who were able to board this ancient battleship wouldn't have simple identities? Did the Hong Chamber of Commerce still want to do business? Vice President Wei, could it be that you don't recognize me? The smile on Linny's face also disappeared. He wasn't used to sticking his warm face to someone else's cold butt. If it weren't for Hong Zhong's sake, he would have left in a huff. I know you are the honorary vice president, Lin Yi. If there's anything, just say it. Wei Jiating was still expressionless as he spoke. What surprised Lin Yi was that Wei Jiating clearly knew him, yet he still acted like this. It seemed that something had happened in the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Could it be that something had happened to Hong Zhong? Lin Yi was secretly shocked. He knew that even if he continued to ask Wei Jiating, there wouldn't be any results. Hence, he simply nodded and glanced at Wei Jiating indifferently. He didn't even bother to say a word and directly turned to leave. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, Wei Jiating's eyes flashed with some surprise. It seemed that he didn't expect Lin Yi to leave without saying a word. Previously, when he saw him greeting him with a warm smile, Wei Jiating thought that he was a person who could be easily bullied. It seemed that was not the case. However, Wei Jiating didn't care. It was just an honorary vice president. He might have some weight in the outside world, but in front of the vice president of the headquarters in Middle Island, he was nothing. Lin Yi walked towards Okutaba and the others with a gloomy expression. Lin Yi didn't care about people like Wei Jiating. He was worried about Hong Zhong now. If nothing happened with Hong Zhong's status in the Hong Chamber of Commerce, probably no one would be disrespectful to him, the honorary vice president. Okutaba and the others didn't leave but waited for Lin Yi. They were all very surprised to see this scene. In Middle Island, other than the medicine sect, there was actually someone who wouldn't give Lin Yi face. Moreover, it was someone from the Hong Chamber of Commerce. It was really unexpected. Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang were still fine, but Okutaba was considering if he should directly chase the people from the Hong Chamber of Commerce off the ancient battleship. However, he was also a businessman now. Before Lin Yi said anything, it was best to wait and see. Of course, he had to show his attitude. "Brother Lin, what's going on with Wei Jiating?" Okutaba frowned and asked Lin Yi, who was walking over. As long as Lin Yi said it, he would definitely chase Wei Jiating and the others away. Although he didn't say it explicitly, he believed that Lin Yi understood what he meant. Lin Yi waved his hand and said with a faint smile, "It's nothing. He's just an irrelevant person. We don't need to care about him." That's right. There's no need to care about ordinary people. Let's go and have a drink together." Okutaba smiled. Since Lin Yi said this, it saved him from being in a difficult position. Naturally, his mood was much better. However, he remembered Wei Jiating. As long as he had a proper reason, Okutaba wouldn't be polite to him. As they were talking, a flying spirit beast directly flew over from the sky above Middle Island and quickly landed on the deck of the ancient battleship. If it was in the past, the people on the ancient battleship would have already surrounded the person. However, Okutaba was a businessman now, so of course he wouldn't do such a thing. On Middle Island, flying spirit beasts were generally prohibited. Except for a small number of people at the top who had this privilege, ordinary people would be courting death if they dared to fly. Now that someone directly flew from the inland direction of Middle Island to Okutaba's ancient battleship, it was obvious that the person's identity was noble. Okutaba only took a glance at the person on the flying spirit beast, and didn't have any intention of greeting him. The acting island master of Middle Island was his second brother. Except for people like Lin Yi, who he thought highly of, there weren't many people who were worthy of him greeting personally. Even if it was to do business, he wouldn't deliberately cater to others. Chapter 5808. The other person was someone Lin Yi knew, Zheng Dongju of House Zheng. As the vice head of the Pill Hall, he was accompanying this classical beauty. One could see how noble this girl's identity was. Other than the two of them, there was a young man on the flying spirit beast. His looks were passable, but he was smiling and talking to the girl attentively. It made people have a bad impression of him. "Brother Ho, is this someone from the Pill Hall?" Lin Yi put aside his worry for Hong Zhong and asked curiously. It wasn't the first time he came to the Middle Island, but he had never heard of someone like this in the Pill Hall. She could actually ride a flying spirit beast and have Zheng Dongjue by her side. Hou Guanqi introduced softly. "That's right, she's called Li Zhaoi, the head refiner of the Pill Hall. The head isn't here, so her skills are the strongest. Although I don't know who her master is, she is indeed very talented. Brother Lin, your skills are quite strong as well, but to put it bluntly, you might not be able to compare to Master Li." Lin Yi smiled faintly and didn't mind. If he lost the Shinong Cauldron, his skills wouldn't be comparable to Li Zhaoi's. Anyone who could make elixirs would be better than him. There really wasn't much to say in this regard. But this girl was the head refiner of the Hall of Elixirs. Lin Yi couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that. Although he didn't count Zhang Liju as his master, there were still quite a number of refiners in the Hall of Elixirs. Being able to get the title of head refiner meant that this girl with a weird name had real skills. Looking at her age, she should be even younger than Lin Yi. There really were geniuses everywhere. Alchemist Li's identity is very mysterious. A few years ago, he suddenly appeared in the Dan Hall and became the chief alchemist of our Dan Hall in one fell swoop. After that, he went into closed-door cultivation to refine pills for a long period of time. Normally, he would not even be able to see his figure, and I wonder what level his pill refining ability has reached. Hou Guanqi obviously admired this little beauty, Li Zhaoi. When he talked about her, his face was full of admiration. Kai Zhongyang also echoed. "Yes, I have also heard of Li Zhaoi's name. This time she was able to participate in the auction of the extreme North Island. She must have taken a fancy to something." Among the first auction items that were revealed, there were indeed several top-grade alchemy materials. Lin Yi shrugged his shoulders. He did not care much about alchemy, as long as they did not compete with him for the Gathering God branch in Soulwood. As for Li Zhaoi's strong alchemy ability, he did not care. In the cultivation world, strength was respected regardless of gender. The same was true for alchemy. For example, Han Jingjing's talent was definitely not worse than Li Zhaoyi's. Let's go have a chat and drink. It's better than standing here in the wind. Okuda Ba greeted everyone with a smile. He knew that Lin Yi did not have a good impression of Zheng Dongjue, and they were even enemies with deep hatred, so he was too lazy to care about Li Zhaoyi and her group. Since they did not have a good relationship, he would just mind his own business. Although as the captain of the ancient warship, Okuda Ba should show a neutral and peaceful attitude to maintain a transcendent force field. Lin Yi was his honorary vice captain. He was definitely one of them. Of course, others could do whatever they wanted. Although Hou Guanqi was also a member of the Pill Hall, he had always been at odds with Zheng Dongjue. Normally, when he saw Li Zhaoyi coming out of seclusion, he would go over to greet her. However, with Zheng Dongjue there, Hou Guanqi pretended not to see it. Okuda Ba brought Lin Yi, Hou Guanqi, Cai Zhongyang, and Wei Xinjin to his 4-person banquet hall. Someone had already prepared exquisite food, and the 5 of them sat down casually to eat. When Lin Yi saw the food, he thought of Languza. If this guy was here, he would probably sweep away everything again. He did not know if he was nearby, or if he had already entered the sea near Middle Island and waited for the ship here to set off before catching up. By the way, Brother Kai, Brother Ho, this time there seems to be a lot of big shots at the auction on Extreme North Island. I have been there once before, but I did not see many big shots there. Lin Yi took a sip of the wine brewed with spirit fruit and asked Cai Zhongyang and Hou Guanqi casually. Cai Zhongyang smiled and said, "Indeed, the scale of this time is relatively large. Well, it should be said that it is the largest auction on Extreme North Island in the past 10 years. The reason is that many precious treasures came out of Dongzhou, such as the Spirit Gathering Branch and the Soul Wood. Speaking of which, these 2 things are not the most precious treasures this time." Hou Guanqi also nodded with a smile and said, "Because there are so many good things, this time the auction on Extreme North Island is quite sensational. Every family has also taken out their more precious collections to participate in the auction, so the level of this auction has increased by several levels. For example, in the past, the elixirs of the foundation establishment stage could be the main auction item, but this year, it is estimated that ordinary auction items can't even be auctioned, and can only be traded in the periphery." Lin Yi deeply believed that the last time he went with Hong Zhong, because they were plotted against by the opponents of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, causing them to lose the auction items they prepared on the way. It was he who continuously refined more than 100 top-grade elixirs of the foundation establishment stage that let Hong Zhong escape the disaster. At that time, the elixirs were all for the foundation establishment stage, belonging to the 4th level of the yellow level, but it was already very rare to be auctioned. But this time, it is estimated that only the elixirs of the 6th level of the yellow level and above are qualified to enter the auction. Speaking of elixirs, Lin Yi remembered about the restrictions of the spirit-quenching pill. So he said to Hou Guanqi and Cai Zhongyang, "Brother Ho, Brother Kai, this time I learned a method of using divine sense to condense elixir fire in the small ancient Jianghu. The alchemists there all use the divine sense elixir fire to refine elixirs. I don't know if you have heard of it?" "There is such an elixir fire? I have never heard of it," Hou Guanqi said in surprise. Although he hadn't started refining the spirit-quenching pill yet, he had studied it a few times and felt that something wasn't right. Now that he heard Lin Yi talk about the divine sense elixir fire, he finally understood. Cai Zhongyang may be the vice president of the 5 Elements Commerce, but he was also Zhang Liju's disciple in name. He asked with interest, "This type of divine sense elixir fire sounds very interesting. If Brother Lin doesn't mind, why don't you show it to us?" "Of course not." Lin Yi smiled and reached out his left hand, using his divine sense to condense an elixir fire. Although Okuda Ba and Wei Xinjin didn't know much about elixir refining, they were very curious when they saw the divine sense elixir fire. Chapter 5809. Lin Yi's heart moved slightly. He seemed to have grasped something, but before he could think about it, Hou Guanqi opened his mouth and asked, "Brother Lin, this method of condensing the pill flame, can you teach it to us?" Normally, this kind of thing was not something an ordinary person could casually mention. Any method of condensing a pill flame, if one wanted to obtain it, there was a price to pay. However, Hou Guanqi's relationship with Lin Yi was not ordinary. Even the spiritual sense grassroot could be casually given to him, so a trivial method of condensing a pill flame, He estimated that he would not keep it to himself. Moreover, Hou Guanqi had already felt that the pill flame was the key to refining the soul-tempering pill. If he could not master the pill flame, it was estimated that the spiritual sense grassroot in his hands could only be used directly. Lin Yi said that he wanted to teach them, and Hou Guanqi could see this point clearly, so without saying anything, he taught them the method of condensing the pill flame. As for Ao Qianba and Wei Shenjin, if they wanted to learn it, there was no problem. He was afraid that they would not be interested. After teaching, Lin Yi slowly drank the spirit fruit wine alone, letting the four of them ponder the method of condensing the pill flame. Unfortunately, after half an hour there was no progress or gain. The first to give up was Wei Shenjin, then Ao Qianba. Kai Zhongyang persisted for a while, and finally Hou Guanqi, who was unwilling to give up. Brother Lin, the strength of my spiritual sense is too weak. It seems that there is no way to successfully condense this pill flame. Hou Guanqi shook his head helplessly. He clearly knew that without the pill flame, he could not refine the soul-tempering pill. Unfortunately, his spiritual sense really could not condense the pill flame, unless he used a lot of soul-tempering pills to temper the strength of his spiritual sense. However, if one's divine sense wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to condense a pill fire to refine the soul-tempering pill. This was simply an unsolvable cycle. Lin Yi could sense that the strength of divine sense of Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang was only about the same as the cultivators who had just built their foundation in the remote ancient Jianghu. It was indeed too difficult for them to condense the divine sense elixir fire. Even if they succeeded, it would not be of much use, because the strength of their divine sense was not enough to support the concoction of a furnace of elixirs. Senior brother, this kind of spiritual sense alchemic fire is a relatively useless thing for us. Don't worry too much about it. Anyway, it's not of much use. Kai Zhongyang said indifferently. He did not know that Hou Guanqi wanted to use the spiritual sense alchemic fire to refine the soul-tempering pill. For him, the spiritual sense alchemic fire really did not have much meaning. Hou Guanqi shook his head and did not say anything. The matter of the spiritual sense grassroots was related to Lin Yi. Unless he said it himself, Hou Guanqi would not leak any information about it. As for the matter of the soul-tempering pill, naturally the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Regarding this situation, Lin Yi also had no way to deal with it. Even if he refined the soul-tempering pill, it was impossible to provide it to Hou Guanqi without limit. There were too many people close to him. Even if he had more spiritual sense grassroots, it would not be enough. The cultivators of the Heaven Stage Island looked down on the cultivation of spiritual sense too much. This situation was something that Lin Yi could not change. Generally, the cultivators here would only start to pay attention to the cultivation of spiritual sense after reaching the giant realm. Only those like the West Mountain Old Ancestor, who mainly use spiritual sense attack as their main means, would continue to cultivate spiritual sense cultivation method. In contrast, the cultivation method of the ancient small Jianghu was better. If it was not for the restrictions of the ancient small Jianghu, their strength might have already surpassed the Heaven Stage Island. Since no one could successfully refine the spiritual sense alchemic fire, Lin Yi no longer mentioned this matter. Okuda Ba also consciously changed the topic and talked about many interesting things he saw at sea. The atmosphere slowly became lively. For Okuda Ba, whether Lin Yi was a profound level 1 alchemist or not was not important. What he valued was Lin Yi's strength at sea and future development potential. If possible, Okuda Ba did not mind letting Lin Yi become a real vice-captain or even a real captain of a ship. After chatting for a while, Lin Yi and the others got up to leave and prepared to return to their rooms to settle down. Okuda Ba still had things to deal with, so he did not personally send them over. Instead, he arranged for someone to lead the way. With the status of Lin Yi and the others, Okuda Ba naturally arranged the highest level rooms for them. Wei Shenjin's status was slightly lower, but because of Lin Yi's light, he was also arranged to be next to him. When they came to the door, Lin Yi handed a jade bottle to Wei Shenjin and said, "Go back to your room and immediately refine it. The things in your body will disappear and become your true qi. What you do in the future is up to you." Wei Shenjin was slightly startled and immediately knew what it was. He excitedly took it with both hands and bowed to thank Lin Yi. "Thank you for the medicine, boss. In the future, I, Wei Shenjin, will still follow boss. Even if I have to go through water and tread on fire, I will not hesitate." Lin Yi nodded and said, "All right, you go in first, come find me later." "Yes, boss." Wei Shenjin respectfully bowed and left. After entering his room, he immediately swallowed the medicine in the jade bottle. Seeing that Wei Shenjin had been loyal for the past 2 years, Linny directly cut off the heart-devouring insect in his body this time, and let him completely refine the heart-devouring insect, increasing part of his cultivation. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a refreshed Wei Shenjin knocked on the wooden door of Lin Yi's room, and after getting permission, he walked in with a beaming face. "Boss!" Wei Shenjin cupped his fists and bowed. He didn't say any more words of thanks, and just stood respectfully at the side. Linny pointed to a chair and said, "Sit down and talk, no need to be restrained." Speaking of which, Linny and Wei Shenjin didn't have much contact. In the beginning, Wei Shenjin was also forced to rely on Linny, and the two actually didn't talk much, so they weren't familiar. "This time when you go to the extreme North Island, is there anything you want to buy?" Linny casually asked. It was considered as a topic of conversation. Wei Shenjin quickly shook his head and said, "No, the level of this auction is too high. There is basically nothing I can participate in bidding for. Maybe I can find some suitable things in the trading market outside. I will look at it when the time comes." Oh, Linny said, to be honest, he really didn't know how to chat with people. After thinking about it, he said, "If you don't have enough spirit jades, just tell me, I still have a lot here." "Thank you, boss, I have enough on me, if not, I will not be polite," Wei Shenjin said flatteringly. It seemed like he didn't expect Linny to say these words to him. Chapter 58:10. Linny burst into laughter. Wei Shenjin had finally walked out of the shadow of the past. That was good. Which family is she from? It's not enough to be her friend. It's rare to have such an opportunity. You must pursue her. Linny reached out and patted Wei Shenjin's shoulder, showing his full support. She's the daughter of the vice president of the Universal Chamber of Commerce. Her name is Shang Yuhua. She's a real lady from a respectable family. She's gentle and beautiful. If I can get to know her, I'll be quite satisfied. Wei Shenjin had a gentle smile on his face. It seemed that he really fell in love. The question was, why did he say that he would be quite satisfied if he could get to know her? It turned out that this guy was totally in love with her. They didn't even know each other. Linny felt that this guy still had a long way to go. "Well, come on. Do you want me to give you some advice?" Linny just said it casually. He didn't expect that Wei Shenjin seemed to have been waiting for his words. After hearing it, he immediately nodded. "Boss, it's great that you're willing to give me advice. With your help, I think it'll be very smooth," Wei Shenjin said with a little excitement, which made Linny speechless. What's going on? Did Wei Shenjin plan to ask him for advice a long time ago? Thinking about it, it was really possible. In the past 2 years, Wei Shenjin had been helping in the Tiandan Pavilion. Of course, he knew that the two stunning beauties, Tianchan and Sydney, were both in love with Lin Yi. Later, Han Jingjing, Shangguan Laner, and it was said that there was also the little princess of West Island, Ning Shuafei. Boss Lin Yi was absolutely powerful in this aspect. He was Wei Shenjin's goal and idol. Now that he had a chance to ask for advice, of course, he wouldn't miss it. Linny smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seemed that he couldn't casually talk nonsense in the future. Wasn't this just looking for trouble for himself? If he had the time, it would be better to refine 2 more furnaces of pills. However, since he had already said it, Linny could only be responsible to the end. After thinking for a while, he said, "How about this? You don't know her yet, so the most important thing is to let her get to know you and have a good impression of you. After that, we can proceed to the next step of the plan." If you ask what's the next step? He was still thinking about it. Wei Shenjin nodded and said, "Boss, you're right. We have to let her know me first. I know that the Universal Chamber of Commerce is also riding an ancient warship this time. Why don't we find her first?" Linny was also speechless. It was the middle of the night. Where could he find her location? If he had known earlier, he could have just asked Okuda Dam. The ancient warship had restrictions that blocked divine sense everywhere. So, although Lin Yi's divine sense was strong, it wasn't easy to find someone. In addition, he didn't know who Shang Yuhua was, so he couldn't find her even if he wanted to. "Boss, why don't we go to the restaurant on the ship? Maybe we'll be able to see her?" Wei Shenjin actively put forward his own suggestion. Linny wanted to say that he would wait until tomorrow to find her, But he thought that it was his idea. Since Wei Shenjin wanted to take a look, then he would go and take a look. The two left the room and went to the small restaurant in the ancient warship's VIP cabin. Although it was expensive, there were quite a lot of people there. Along the way they saw several people walking there. This was completely different from what Lin Yi thought. Is it because they just boarded the ship so they can't sleep? Or is it because the food here is so delicious that they can't wait to come again tomorrow? After entering the restaurant, Lin Yi realized that he had underestimated the number of nobles in Middle Island. The ancient warship's VIP cabin wasn't for the rich. In other words, in this small restaurant for VIPs, all the people in Middle Island were famous people. Wei Shenjin took a deep breath. Seeing that the small restaurant was almost full, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. As a core disciple of the Snow Sword School, Wei Shenjin could barely be counted as one of the nobles of the Middle Island. However, compared to the people here, he was clearly at the lowest level. He could only be considered as barely qualified to enter this circle. "Boss, why don't we go back? There are so many people," Wei Shenjin said hesitantly. In front of so many people, it was really embarrassing for him to pursue Shang Yuhua. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "Is the girl you like here?" "Yes," Wei Shenjin replied in a low voice with some embarrassment. Then, he glanced in a direction without anyone noticing. Lin Yi didn't turn his head to look. Instead, he used his divine sense to follow Wei Shenjin's gaze. If there was someone with the same divine sense as him, it would be very impolite and might even cause a conflict. However, Lin Yi already knew that Heaven Stage Island was basically a divine sense desert. It was impossible to detect his divine sense without reaching the Magnate Realm. Even in the first two realms of the Magnate Realm, there wouldn't be anyone with a stronger divine sense than him, unless it was someone like Shishan Old Master who relied on his divine sense. Because of this, Lin Yi's divine sense easily found the table of the Universal Chamber of Commerce. Although he didn't know the people of the Universal Chamber of Commerce, he still knew the logo of their Chamber of Commerce. There were a total of 5 people at the table. 2 of them were from the Universal Chamber of Commerce, and the other 3 were familiar with them. At this time they were chatting happily. The 2 people from the Universal Chamber of Commerce were a man and a woman. The man was a middle-aged man dressed in brocade clothes. The woman was about 20 years old and wore a light yellow skirt. She should be the Shang Yuhua that Wei Shenjin liked. Her appearance and temperament were really good. Although she wasn't at the level of Tian Chan and Sydney, she was only slightly inferior. "You have a good eye. Okay, let's find a place to sit down first. I'll see if there is a chance for you to get to know each other later." Lin Yi still didn't look over there. He just looked around casually, as if he was looking for an empty seat. Then he whispered to Wei Shenjin. Wei Shenjin looked a little embarrassed. Although he was not very embarrassed, he had a little confidence in Lin Yi, the boss, to make the decision. "Over there. There are still empty seats at the table over there." Lin Yi pointed casually. There were indeed 2 empty seats between the 2 tables of Shang Yuhua and Lin Yi. Here, everyone's status was similar. It was normal to share a table. Eating was not the main point. Making friends was the most important thing. Of course, Wei Shenjin had no objection. The 2 empty seats were facing Shang Yuhua, and they were separated by 2 tables. It was a safe distance, just enough for him to peek at her secretly. It couldn't be better. Chapter 58:11. However, after Lin Yi sat down, he realized that he had seen the person sitting opposite him before. It was the chief alchemist of the Pill Hall, the genius girl Li Zhaoyi. Li Zhaoyi noticed that there were 2 people sitting opposite her. She raised her head and glanced at them, but there was no change in expression on her delicate face. Lin Yi smiled slightly and nodded to her as a kind greeting. However, Li Zhaoyi had no intention of responding. After withdrawing her gaze, she continued to eat the food in front of her indifferently. Although Li Zhaoyi's appearance was more beautiful than Shang Yuhua's, Wei Shenjin, who was in the eye of the beholder, did not pay attention to her at all. He completely ignored her existence and just asked Lin Yi in a low voice, "Boss, what should we do next?" "Next, let's order something to eat first," Lin Yi said somewhat speechlessly. Wei Shenjin's expression and tone could easily make people misunderstand that they were going to do something bad. Fortunately, Li Zhaoyi seemed to be indifferent to everything around her. Otherwise, it would really be quite embarrassing. Wei Shenjin responded with an "oh" and quickly waved to the waiter in the VIP restaurant to come over to order. Lin Yi paid attention to what Li Zhaoyi was eating. They should all be things from the sea. A little meat, a little sea plants, and a drink brewed with spiritual fruit. These things contained rich spiritual energy fluctuations, which were obviously very beneficial to cultivators. It was no wonder that so many people came here to eat even though it was so late. Not only could they communicate with people of similar status, they could also enjoy delicious food. And they could also obtain the same effect of meditating and cultivating. Of course, this kind of place would attract many people. On the way to the extreme North Island, perhaps this was the most popular place. Of course, people like Li Zhaoyi would probably just come to taste something new, and then enter a state of closed-door alchemy. Therefore, this might be the only time they could encounter such a situation here. After ordering something casually, Wei Shenjin waved his hand to dismiss the waiter, and then asked again in a low voice, "Boss, what should we do next?" Lin Yi was really defeated by him. It seemed that the intelligence of a man who fell in love was infinitely close to zero. He was almost losing the ability to think for himself. Wait for the food to come up? Yes, boss. As soon as Wei Shenjin finished speaking, he noticed a person walking over quickly and standing beside him. Before he could look up to see who it was, he heard the man say coldly, "Who are you two? Go away at once. This young master's seat." Lin Yi didn't even raise his eyes. He didn't want to pay attention to this guy at all. In his divine sense, he had already discovered that this guy was the young man who came with Li Zhaoyi and Zheng Dongjue. If he had talked nicely with him, Lin Yi might have given up his position, but this condescending tone of command, did he really think he was something? Lin Yi was too lazy to respond, but Wei Shenjin was unhappy. He was about to sneak a peek at Yuhua, but he was interrupted abruptly. He was a little shocked, so it would be strange if he had a good expression. "Your seat? I'm sorry, I didn't see your name anywhere. I only know that this is a public place. Whoever sits down first gets the seat. Could it be that your butt is so big that you can occupy this place from a distance?" Wei Shenjin sneered mercilessly. His identity was indeed nothing here, but it didn't mean that anyone could bully and order him around. What's more, his boss Lin Yi was sitting next to him. He couldn't lose his boss's face. The young man said angrily, "Who are you? How dare you speak to this young master like this? Get out of the way or I, Zhang Tianqing, will let you know what regret is." "Zhang Tianqing? I thought you were a big shot. It turns out that you are the grandson of that old dog, Zhang Dongsheng. As a little dog, your barking skill is quite good." Wei Shenjin sneered. If it were someone else, he might give some face. Zheng Dongsheng's grandson? Then he was really just a grandson. Tiandan Pavilion and the medicine sect had been like fire and water for a long time. It would be strange if they paid attention to this fool. Zhang Tianqing's face suddenly became livid. He hadn't been in Middle Island for a long time, but because of his relationship with Zheng Dongsheng and Zheng Dongjue, he was relatively popular in Middle Island. He had never been bullied like this before. When in Dongzhou, Zhang Tianqing might not be the most talented one, but when he came to Middle Island, he felt quite good about himself. Although Middle Island seemed to be the central area of the Heaven Stage Island, in fact, Dongzhou was the strongest place. From Dongzhou to Middle Island, Zhang Tianqing thought that only a woman like Li Zhaoyi was worthy of him. If Li Zhaoyi hadn't been next to him, Zhang Tianqing would definitely have immediately turned hostile and attacked him. Fortunately, he still had some sense of propriety and didn't dare to be too presumptuous, lest Li Zhaoyi would be unhappy. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Zhang Tianqing said coldly, "I'm with her. We don't like people sharing tables. You two leave here immediately." This time Wei Shenjin couldn't say anything. It didn't matter if he looked down on Zhang Tianqing, but Li Zhaoyi was the chief alchemist of Alchemy Hall. If he talked nonsense, he would offend Alchemy Hall. Lin Yi glanced at Li Zhaoyi lightly. This girl was sitting alone in the middle of the two seats on the bench. Obviously, she didn't want anyone to sit next to her. If she really wanted Zhang Tianqing to sit down, she should move now to make room. But it seemed that she didn't have this idea. "Alchemist Li, is he with you?" Lin Yi asked casually. He guessed that Li Zhaoyi would probably not admit it. If she admitted that she was with Zhang Tianqing, Lin Yi wouldn't give up the seat to the Zhang family, but would ask her to give it up herself. Sure enough, as Linny expected, Li Xiaoyi looked up and said lightly without any emotion on her face, "No." Zhang Tianqing was suddenly embarrassed, and he was also very angry with Li Xiaoyi in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. He could only snort angrily at Wei Shenjin. Wei Shenjin laughed and said, "The Zhang family is really shameless. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. Get out of here. If you're hungry, our boss doesn't mind throwing you a bone." These words were going to confirm Zhang Tianqing's identity as a puppy. How could Zhang Tianqing bear it? After a cold snort, the genuine qi in his body was instantly released, and the momentum of the early Yuanying stage suddenly crushed towards Linny and Wei Shanjin. Chapter 58:12. If Zhang Tianqing didn't know what was good for him, Linny didn't mind teaching him a lesson. However, this guy withdrew his true qi as soon as he released it. Perhaps he knew that this was not a place for him to be presumptuous, so he didn't take further action. It seemed that it was just a momentary impulse under anger. In this way, Linny couldn't teach him a lesson. He didn't want to bully the weak. Regarding Zhang Tianqing's gaffe, Li Xiaoyi still didn't have any emotional fluctuations, as if the other party was completely unrelated to her. But when she came, she clearly boarded the ship with Zhang Tianqing on a flying spirit beast. It seemed that this chick not only had a strange name, but also a strange character. Looking at her unapproachable appearance, it was not easy for her to tolerate Linny and Wei Shanjin sitting opposite her. After Zhang Tianqing withdrew his momentum, he didn't say anything more. He glared at Linny and Wei Shanjin, then simply turned around and left. This made Linny look up to him. Normally, in this kind of situation he should have left a few brainless words, but this guy actually held back all of them. After he left, the food ordered by Wei Shanjin was delivered. Linny was about to eat when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Just now Zhang Tianqing's eyes were not only angry and hateful, but also a hint of faint pride. Because it was too vague, Linny himself didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that something was wrong. Just as he was about to remind Wei Shanjin to see if there was anything wrong, this guy had completely shown it. "Chick, you are so beautiful. So tender. I really want to F***ck you. Come here." Wei Shanjin's face turned red in an instant. While talking nonsense, he reached out to pull Li Xiaoyi's wrist. Lin Yi's face changed. He didn't expect that Zhang Tianqing's means were so covert that even he was deceived. Moreover, the effect of the medicine was far more overbearing than he had imagined. In such a short time, Wei Shanjin suddenly had an attack without any warning. Li Xiaoyi, who had been expressionless, finally changed her expression. She directly slapped away Wei Shanjin's palm with the tableware in her hand. Her eyes were full of disgust, and she almost called for help. Linny reacted very quickly. Before Wei Shanjin could make another move, he directly reached out and pulled him back to his seat. At the same time, he secretly restrained his ability to move, and his genuine qi flowed into his meridians like lightning. At the same time, Zhang Tianqing, who had just left, quickly came back again with several guards. He pointed at Linny and Wei Shanjin and said, "Catch them. How dare they molest Master Li Xiaoyi, the chief alchemist of Alchemy Hall? They simply don't know how to write the word death." Linny sneered. This guy moved fast. Even a fool would not believe that it was not premeditated. When he finished speaking, Lin Yi's omnipotent genuine qi had already forced the poison in Wei Shanjin's body into his palm. After a slight shake, it condensed into a small black air mass, floating in his palm. Zhang Tianqing, right? Good little trick. You can actually poison people by releasing genuine qi. It is invisible, colorless, and tasteless. You can directly poison people by oppressing them with your aura. You do have some skills. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Linny wrapped the small black air mass with his genuine qi, grabbed it in front of his eyes and said disdainfully. With the result, it was easy to reverse the process. Before, Linny did not care about Zhang Tianqing, so he could take advantage of the loophole. Now if he did it again, even if he released all his genuine qi, Linny could make him swallow it back. Zhang Tianqing's face changed slightly. Obviously, he did not expect that not only was Linny not poisoned, but he could also force the poison out of Wei Shanjin so quickly. However, of course, he would not admit what Linny said. He immediately sneered and said, "Nonsense." He turned his head and said to the guards who followed him, What are you waiting for? These two guys who flirted with Master Li Zhao are here. Hurry up and catch them. Seeing Master Li Zhao's beauty, they dare to do bad things. They are really audacious. The guards looked at each other, but they did not really make a move to catch them. No ordinary person could sit here and eat. Only a fool would rush to catch them. At least they should figure out the matter. Linny ignored Zheng Tianqing and turned to ask Li Zhaoyi. This matter started because of you. Now tell me, who do you believe? Li Zhaoyi frowned slightly and looked at the tableware in her hand. She had not finished eating yet, but she had already used the tableware to hit Wei Shenjin's hand. It seemed that she could not continue to use it. Hearing Linny's question, Li Zhaoyi raised her head. Her frowning eyebrows relaxed, and her indifferent expression returned. She threw away the tableware in her hand, stood up and said, "It has nothing to do with me. You can make trouble yourselves." After saying this, Li Zhaoyi turned around and left, not looking at any of them again. Zheng Tianqing's face darkened and he said to the guards, "Did you see that? Master Li Zhao is angry. Hurry up and catch these two people." Lin Yi released his genuine qi, and the black gas suddenly dissipated. It was secretly injected into Zheng Tianqing's body. When it came to poisoning, he was really not afraid of anyone. Originally, this thing would take a few breaths to take effect, but Lin Yi accelerated the speed of the drug, so as soon as it entered Zheng Tianqing's body, Zheng Tianqing immediately died. "Oh, you are so beautiful. I like you so much. Come with me." Zheng Tianqing hugged the guard next to him and rubbed his body with all his might. He even made weird noises which almost made the people eating next to him throw up. The guard who was hugged by Zheng Tianqing was suddenly confused. He subconsciously wanted to break free from his arms, but this bastard was a master at the early stage of the Yuanying realm, so he couldn't break free for a while. He wanted to ask for help from his companions next to him, but those bastards all stepped back and kept a distance from Zheng Tianqing. Then they looked at their brother with sympathy in their eyes. As the saying goes, if you don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Lin Yi said with a sarcastic smile. "See, you didn't control yourself well. Now the poison has taken effect, right? You've put yourself in danger. What a disgrace. Your Zheng family has been disgraced by you." Li Zhaoyi looked back with a little surprise, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes, but he didn't mean to stay. He turned back and continued to leave. Wei Shenjin didn't have time to watch Zheng Tianqing make a fool of himself now. He lowered his head and pulled on Lin Yi's sleeve, saying, "Boss, let's go." Chapter 58:13. Originally, he wanted to get to know Shang Yuhua in the best way possible, but now it was all ruined. It was estimated that Shang Yuhua would not only have a bad impression of him, but also despise Wei Shenjin. Zheng Tianqing's ugly behavior was really disgusting. Lin Yi did not want this guy to affect other people's appetite, so he simply knocked him out and asked the guards to take him out. The rescued guard looked at Lin Yi gratefully and almost knelt down to thank him. However, he did not know that Zheng Tianqing would be like this. The mastermind behind this was Lin Yi. After sending Zheng Tianqing away, Lin Yi turned back to Wei Shenjin and said, "What are you worried about? What happened just now was not your fault. You don't need to be responsible for it." Wei Shenjin still lowered his head and did not dare to look at the Universal Chamber of Commerce. It seemed that his confidence had been seriously damaged. Lin Yi suddenly felt that he had let Zheng Tianqing off too easily just now. It seemed that he had to continue to teach him a lesson next time. However, the more important thing now was to let Wei Shenjin regain his confidence. Lin Yi thought that there was no good way. He just saw the three people at Shang Yuhua's table leave, leaving only her and the middle-aged man from the Universal Chamber of Commerce. So he stood up and pulled Wei Shenjin to go there directly. Wei Shenjin was shocked. How could he have the courage to face Shang Yuhua, especially after what had happened just now? When he was pulled by Lin Yi, he could not resist. Even if he could resist, he did not dare to have the thought of resisting. "Hello, I am Lin Yi from the Tiandan Pavilion. This is my friend Wei Shenjin from the Snowsword faction. Can we sit here?" Lin Yi walked over with Wei Shenjin and asked politely with his fists cupped. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. After all, he had seen what had happened just now. However, after Lin Yi introduced himself, he immediately stood up with a smile and cupped his fists. "Oh, Master Lin from the Tiandan Pavilion. I've heard a lot about you. I am Shangwani, the Vice President of the Universal Chamber of Commerce. This is my daughter, Shang Yuhua. Since Shangwani had stood up, of course, Shang Yuhua could only stand up and salute Lin Yi. She seemed to have a good attitude. Although Lin Yi had some conflicts with the Universal Chamber of Commerce before, it was between the branch of the Universal Chamber of Commerce in the North Island and had nothing to do with the headquarters of Zhongdao. Of course, Shangwani would not do anything to Lin Yi. Master Lin, young hero Wei, please sit down. It's my honor to meet you too. Shangwani laughed and invited Lin Yi and Shangwani to sit down. Then he asked the waiter to bring their food over and ordered a few more dishes. However, he did not say a word about why Lin Yi and Shangwani came here. This was the old fox in the business world. If you pretended to want to know the purpose of others when they came to you, you were not the material to do business. Wei Shenzhen lowered his head slightly and looked a little uneasy. Lin Yi could only scold him for being disappointing in his heart. How could a man be shy? Lin Yi had no choice but to say, "Here's the thing. I had some dealings with the Universal Chamber of Commerce before. I also heard the name of Vice President Shang in Zhongdao. I just saw you here, so I took the liberty to come over and say hello." Shangwani laughed and said, "Master Lin, you are too polite. What kind of reputation can I have? In Zhongdao, Master Lin, you are the man of the moment. Especially the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Let's not talk about their past glory. When Master Lin wasn't around, they went into hibernation for a period of time. But once you returned, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion immediately soared." Lin Yi had a good impression of him, so he smiled and said, "Heavenly Dam Pavilion is just a small elixir pavilion. It can't compare to a big chamber of commerce like the Altong Chamber of Commerce. It's too much to say that it's soaring. It's all because of everyone's care. Vice President Shang is the real elite of Middle Island. Even Miss Shang is so outstanding. The Altong Chamber of Commerce will definitely become more prosperous in the future." This time, the main purpose of his visit was to matchmake Wei Shenzhen and Shang Yuhua. Of course, he had to bring the topic to Shang Yuhua. Lin Yi just felt that his change of topic was a little stiff. Was it too obvious? Shang Yuhua curled her lips with some disdain. Although it was only for a moment, Lin Yi caught it. What did this girl mean? Was she looking down on me? On second thought, Lin Yi understood. Shang Yuhua probably thought that Lin Yi wanted to pursue her, so she specially came to talk to him. Who didn't know the two beauties of the Tiandam Pavilion in Zhongdao? They were all Lin Yi's people. Now he wanted to provoke her, Shang Yuhua. It was reasonable for him to be despised by her. Thinking about this, Lin Yi suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he really wanted to pursue Shang Yuhua, it was not him, Lin Yi, but Wei Shenzhen. When Shangwani heard Lin Yi's praise, he laughed and said, "Master Lin, you flatter me. You are the real young hero. My daughter is definitely not comparable to you, Master Lin." After complimenting each other for a while, Lin Yi turned to Shang Yuhua and said, "Miss Shang, I heard that you have the water spiritual root, right? Do you usually practice the martial arts of ice and snow? My brother Wei Shenzhen is a great expert in this area. You can talk about this." The purpose was too obvious and Lin Yi was helpless. There wasn't much else he could say if he kept talking about it, so he might as well make things clear first. He didn't want Shang Yuhua to think that he was the one chasing her. Shang Yuhua was slightly startled. She glanced at Wei Shenzhen and said lightly, "I am not interested in the martial arts of ice and snow. Thank you, Master Lin, for your concern." Wei Shenzhen's face turned pale. He lowered his head and became even more silent. Lin Yi thought that this was not good. It was not good to continue like this. He had to find a way to change Shang Yuhua's impression of Wei Shenzhen. Unfortunately, before Lin Yi spoke, Shangwani said, "Master Lin, the elixirs sold in your Tiandam Pavilion are all high quality. I wonder if you can cooperate with our Universal Chamber of Commerce? Please believe that we will definitely give you the greatest sincerity." Originally, Shangwani would not take the initiative to mention this. However, he could also see that the purpose of Lin Yi's visit was not to get to know him, Shangwani. Instead, he wanted to matchmake Snow Sword Faction's Wei Shenzhen with his daughter. Since this was the case, it was better to quickly mention the cooperation, lest he missed the opportunity. Chapter 58:14. Shangwani's face suddenly darkened. He nodded lightly and said, "Master Lin is right. I was rude. The elixir business was definitely a profitable business. Shang Wani proposed to cooperate with Tiandan Pavilion because he wanted to get the selling rights of Tiandan Pavilion's elixirs at a price lower than the retail price of Tiandan Pavilion, and then sell them to the West and North Islands through the Universal Chamber of Commerce. Just like how the high-grade pills in the East Continent were prohibited from being sold on other islands without a permit, the pills on each island were also prohibited from being sold on other islands without a permit. If one was caught doing so, they would be labeled as a smuggler, and there was nothing left for them to discuss. Now Tiandan Pavilion's elixirs were in the limelight. If someone wanted to buy them on the Middle Island, he could go directly to Tiandan Pavilion. However, the elixirs of Tiandan Pavilion couldn't be bought on other islands for the time being. Shang Wani was interested in this business opportunity. However, without the permission of Tiandan Pavilion, even if he bought the elixirs, he wouldn't dare to sell them on other islands. Lin Yi's meaning was also very clear. If the elixirs of Tiandan Pavilion were to be sold on other islands, the first choice would be the Hong's Chamber of Commerce, not the Universal Chamber of Commerce. Since there was no possibility of cooperation, Shang Wani's attitude toward Lin Yi naturally became cold. Wei Shenjin was secretly anxious and thought, "Boss, aren't you here to help me matchmake them? Why did you directly refuse him like this? You should at least respond perfunctorily and say something like, 'I'll think about it.' Or is this boss's strategy of loosening the reins only to grasp them better? Forget it, forget it. I can't understand boss's wisdom. I better follow boss firmly." Thinking about how his impression in Shang Yuhua's heart was probably quite bad. Even if Lin Yi perfunctorily brushed off Shang Wani, there might not be any changes. Wei Shenjin was a little disheartened. He could only hope that his boss had some way to reverse the situation. Lin Yi knew that Shang Wani valued the reputation of Tiandan Pavilion, but he just couldn't agree to anything. Therefore, he didn't care about the change of Shang Wani's attitude. Instead, he began to focus on building a bridge between Wei Shenjin and Shang Yuhua. "Miss Shang, as far as I know, if a person with a water spiritual root can cultivate an ice and snow martial skill, its power will be more powerful than a pure water martial skill. Actually, you can give it a try. Isn't the purpose of our cultivation to pursue powerful abilities? If you can give some pointers to Wei Shenjin's water martial techniques, that would be even better." Lin Yi couldn't think of any better ideas at the moment, so he could only forcefully create a topic for the two of them to talk about. Although Wei Shenjin was grateful for Lin Yi's efforts, he didn't have any expectations. It was probably impossible for him to have a good chat with Shang Yuhua today. Sure enough, Shang Yuhua said to Lin Yi indifferently, "Master Lin, I know my own situation very well. I'm not interested in ice and snow martial skills. As for teaching others water martial skills, I don't think I have the ability to do so, so you don't have to say any more." Previously, when Shang Wani was enthusiastic towards Lin Yi, Shang Yuhua would still have some scruples. But now there was no need to be polite. She was just short of telling Lin Yi to mind his own business. Lin Yi didn't know what to say for a moment. Wei Shenjin was such a disappointing thing. He didn't even have the courage to talk to Shang Yuhua. Relying on Lin Yi alone wouldn't be of much use. Shang Yuhua's pretty face was frosty. She turned to Wei Shenjin and said, "I've heard of you. Originally, I thought you were a person worthy of sympathy, but now it seems that I thought too much. Just now, you took the initiative to provoke Li Zhaoyi from the Dan Hall. Later, you realized that there was no chance, so you turned to provoke me, Shang Yuhua. What kind of person do you think I, Shang Yuhua, am? Do you really think that you can provoke me at will?" Wei Shenjin's face became paler and paler. He quickly shook his head and waved his hand. "It's not like this, Miss Shang. Listen to my explanation." "There is nothing to explain. I, Shang Yuhua, am not deaf or blind. Don't tell me that I don't know how to distinguish what I saw with my own eyes," Shang Yuhua said coldly. She didn't want to give any patience to Wei Shenjin. Wei Shenjin was suddenly speechless. When facing Shang Yuhua, he already had some symptoms of brain short-circuiting. Now that she said it, his mind was even more blank, and there was no possibility of thinking. Lin Yi raised his hand and said, "Miss Shang, you really misunderstood what happened just now. Didn't you see what happened to Zheng Tianqing later?" Wei Shenjin did lose his composure in front of Li Zhaoyi, but I can guarantee with my name Lin Yi that from the time we sat down to the time it happened, he didn't look at Li Zhaoyi at all, because you attracted all his attention. In this case, do you think he would suddenly do those things to Li Xiaoyi? Shang Yuhua's pretty face was slightly red. Obviously, she didn't expect Linny to say it so straightforwardly, but this didn't change her view of Wei Shenjin. Master Lin, I said that you don't need to worry about my affairs. As for your friend, I Shang Yuhua am also not interested. Can you understand what I mean? Wei Shenjin was quite depressed. He nodded slightly and said, I understand, boss. Don't say anything more. Let's go. Shang Yuhua waved her hand and said, You don't have to go. I'm already full. Father, let's go. Let Master Lin and his friend enjoy the food slowly. Well, Master Lin, enjoy your meal. I'll leave first. Although Shang Wani was not as enthusiastic as before, he still did the proper etiquette. He stood up and cupped his fists to say goodbye. Then, without waiting for Lin Yi's answer, he left with Shang Yuhua. Boss, thank you for helping me this time. It seems that I and Shang Yuhua are not fated to be together. No, it's not fated to be together. Let's just forget about this matter. Wei Shenjin sighed and shook his head unconsciously. Linny smiled faintly and said, Are you a person who gives up so easily? Or should I say you actually don't really like Shang Yuhua? Otherwise, why would you give up so easily? Nothing in this world is easy to achieve. The more difficult and dangerous it is, the more precious it is in the end. If you aren't afraid of regretting in the future, then you can give up. But if you really like Shang Yuhua, you better pull yourself together. Boss, I really like Shang Yuhua. Wei Shenjin suddenly straightened his body and said solemnly. But then he collapsed again. But she has made it clear that she doesn't want to see me. What should I do? Chapter 58:15. Wei Shenjin's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, Boss, you're right. With Shang Yuhua's talent, appearance, and family background, if it was easy to pursue her, she would have been taken back by someone else. I can't give up. As long as I don't give up, there will be a chance. It's good that you can think that way. Come on, hurry up and finish eating. We'll go back first. There will be plenty of opportunities on the way to the northernmost island. There will be a time when you can make Shang Yuhua look at you differently. Linny was also relieved. At least he managed to appease Wei Shenjin. He didn't completely lose confidence. It's not easy to be a matchmaker. Linny thought of the vow he made when he was the matchmaker for Zhou Ruoming and Liang Ruoqing in the secular world. How could he forget it so quickly? Even if he succeeded in matchmaking this time, he definitely couldn't be the host of the wedding anymore. When Linny and Wei Shenjin finished eating, there were fewer people in the small restaurant. The Okuda Dam fleet would only finish loading and unloading the goods tomorrow morning, so they had to wait until tomorrow morning to set off. Linny was thinking if he should go back to the Tiandan Pavilion first. It wouldn't be too late to come back after daybreak. However, there wasn't much time left until daybreak. The goods of the fleet might have finished loading and unloading in advance, so he didn't get off the ship. On the way back to his room, Wei Shenjin was worried and complacent. Linny told him to go back to sleep, lest he got schizophrenia. Remembering that he still owed Ho Guanqi a mountain-gazing pill, Linny went to his room. Brother Ho, are you resting? I'm Linny. Ho Guanqi quickly came to open the door. It seemed that he didn't rest much. Brother Lin, it's great that you can come to me. Please come in. Originally, I was thinking of going to look for you, but I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I didn't go. Brother Ho, if you need anything, you can find me at any time. Don't be shy. Linny said with a smile and followed Ho Guanqi into his room. After the door was closed and the restrictions on it took effect, Linny took out a jade bottle and said, Brother Ho, this is a mountain-gazing pill. Take it back and report. Brother Lin, you've already refined the mountain-gazing pill? Ho Guanqi said in surprise. At the same time, he eagerly took the jade bottle and opened the bottle cap to have a look. A faint pill fragrance wafted into the air. Ho Guanqi's spirit was instantly shaken, and his cultivation showed signs of loosening. However, he did not dare to smell too much and quickly closed the bottle. The mountain-gazing pill was not something he could use at his current level. If he used it, there would only be disadvantages and no benefits. It's really the mountain-gazing pill, and it's a special grade mountain-gazing pill. Ho Guanqi looked at Linny in amazement. This quality of the mountain-gazing pill was not something that any profound level 1 alchemist could refine. Perhaps even a profound level 2 alchemist could not guarantee that they could refine a special grade mountain-gazing pill. More importantly, how long had it been since Linny obtained the mountain-gazing stone? He was simply a monster in alchemy. Linny smiled faintly and said, Brother Ho, actually, I refined this mountain-gazing pill using the divine sense pill fire. If possible, I suggest that you also cultivate your divine sense, and then try to condense the divine sense pill fire as soon as possible. In this way, it will be very helpful to your alchemy ability. Ho Guanqi was slightly startled, and then nodded with a dignified expression. Thank you, Lin brothers, for reminding me. I will find a way to temper my divine sense. If there is a chance in the future, I will also find some cultivation methods related to divine sense, and strive to condense the divine sense pill fire as soon as possible. When Ho Guanqi, Kai Zhongyang and others failed to condense the divine sense pill fire, he did not pay too much attention to it. Anyway, not having the divine sense pill fire did not affect alchemy. After all, he was still familiar with the various attributes of the true Qi pill fire. But after seeing the special grade mountain-gazing pill refined by Linny using the divine sense pill fire, Ho Guanqi made up his mind to find a way to improve the strength of his divine sense. Not only must he condense the pill fire, but he must also have enough divine sense to support the divine sense pill fire to refine a furnace of pills. Although this was not something that could be achieved in a short period of time, he must first pay attention to it. Linny smiled and said, If Brother Ho can successfully condense the divine sense pill fire, I believe that with Brother Ho's alchemy level, you will definitely have a major breakthrough. Then I will thank you for your auspicious words. Ho Guanqi smiled and cupped his fists towards Linny. Since I want to cultivate my divine sense, then I will shamelessly ask Brother Lin for a favor. Brother Ho is too polite. If there is anything you need, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will absolutely not say no. Linny said solemnly. For Ho Guanqi, he was really grateful, not to mention taking care of the Tiandan pavilion. Just this time the mountain-gazing stone and the spirit-tempering pill were things he urgently needed. It was simply a great help. Ho Guanqi laughed and said, Then I will thank Brother Lin in advance. In fact, I have kept all the divine sense grassroots you gave me. As for the mountain-gazing stone, I used my own things to exchange for it. Now I can't condense the divine sense pill fire, so it is impossible to refine the spirit-tempering pill. But if I want to cultivate my divine sense, the spirit-tempering pill is the best thing, so... Linny immediately understood the meaning of Ho Guanqi. He wanted to ask Linny to refine the pill. But this was a trivial matter. Refining the spirit-tempering pill was originally in Linny's plan. Refining it once or twice was not a big deal at all. Brother Ho, rest assured, I can definitely refine the spirit-tempering pill. Just leave this matter to me. Linny smiled slightly and said very straightforwardly. Ho Guanqi was suddenly overjoyed. With Linny refining the mountain-gazing pill, how could he fail to refine the spirit-tempering pill? If he could have 20 or 30 spirit-tempering pills, it was possible for the strength of his divine sense to increase by more than 10 times. Unfortunately, he also knew that this was only a dream. The spirit-tempering pill was not effective. Even if he really had 20 or 30 spirit-tempering pills, the restrictions would not be able to improve his divine sense that much. Lin brothers, these are the divine sense grassroots you gave me. You can see how many you can refine. The rest will be your reward. And if you successfully refine the spirit-tempering pill, I only need half of it. Ho Guanqi took out the jade box that Linny had given him before. The divine sense grassroots inside had not been moved. There were still as many as before. Although he said half, in fact, Ho Guanqi thought that about 10 or so spirit-tempering pills would be enough for him. He could still exchange them for other heaven and earth treasures. Chapter 58:16. Ho Guanqi was slightly stunned, and then he burst into laughter and said, All right. I misspoke. Since that's the case, then I won't hold back. In the future, Brother Lin, your business is my business. If you have any instructions, I won't refuse. Brother Ho, you're too kind. Tian Chan and Sydney have always been under your care. Don't worry about such a small matter. Linny smiled and waved his hand as he took the jade box from Ho Guanqi's hands. In fact, Linny didn't even want to accept the consciousness grassroot. Giving 10 or 20 spirit-tempering pills to Ho Guanqi was a small matter, but Ho Guanqi would be too embarrassed to accept it. Since that was the case, there was no need for the trouble. Brother Ho, last time you said that these consciousness grassroots can be divided into 30 to 40 portions of spirit-tempering pill ingredients. Is that right? Lin Yi shook the jade box and smiled at Hou Guanqi. Hou Guanqi nodded. That's right, to be precise. It can be divided into 36 portions of ingredients. Of course, there are always failures when it comes to making pills, but with Brother Lin's ability, I think 20 pills shouldn't be a problem, right? Ha! Brother Hou, aren't you underestimating me a little too much? Lin Yi looked at Hou Guanqi oddly. A normal refiner with a 50% success rate was already pretty good, but Hou Guanqi's Shinong cauldron and the automated refinement system were heaven-defying existences. A 100% success rate was considered a failure, and exceeding 100% was a normal phenomenon. Hou Guanqi was pleasantly surprised. Could it be that Brother Lin's success rate is quite high? Could it be 90%? This was already Hou Guanqi's bold guess. As for 100% success rate, other than Zhang Liju, no one else on Sky-class Island could achieve that. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously and did not answer Hou Guanqi. His Shinong cauldron was a secret. It was better not to let others know, even if Hou Guanqi was a trustworthy person. Brother Hou, let's not talk about Dan first. In fact, I want to say that these spiritual awareness grassroots are far more than 36 sets of materials. Lin Yi did not open the jade box, but he also knew how many spiritual consciousness grassroots were inside. After all, he had personally placed them inside. Hou Guanqi immediately shook his head and said, "That's impossible. I've measured it myself. In fact, there might not even be 36 pieces. Because it's a whole piece now, it's inevitable that there will be losses when it's divided. Perhaps there will only be 35 pieces in the end." Speaking of this, Hou Guanqi suddenly froze for a moment, and then said with joy, "I understand. Brother Lin, you mean spiritual awareness grassroot. This is spiritual awareness grassroot." Yes, it's good that Brother Hou understands. Lin Yi smiled and stood up. He cupped his fists and said, "Then I'll go back first today. The final number of spirit-tempering pills will definitely make Brother Hou satisfied." Brother Lin, wait a minute. Please tell me, what's the difference between spiritual awareness grassroot and spiritual awareness grass? Hou Guanqi stood up and asked excitedly. He and Lin Yi were the same as before. They both ignored the fact that spiritual awareness grassroot was better than spiritual awareness grass, so when calculating, they calculated according to the amount of spiritual awareness grass. This was indeed a huge loophole, and it was simply unimaginable for an elixir refiner. It's about a ratio of 1 to 2. In other words, these spiritual awareness grassroots of Brother Hou can theoretically refine 70 spirit-tempering pills. Lin Yi didn't mean to hide it, but he also didn't tell the truth. In theory it could refine 70 pills, but in the Shinong cauldron at least 80 pills could be refined. It was not convenient to tell Hou Guanqi about this. Hou Guanqi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Of course he wanted all the spirit-tempering pills, but he didn't let this get to his head. If he really did this, even if Lin Yi didn't say anything, he would be embarrassed to face Lin Yi in the future. Brother Lin, a mountain gazing stone is not worth so many spirit-tempering pills. Listen to me, although the grade of the mountain gazing pill is higher than the spirit-tempering pill, but in terms of value, a mountain gazing pill and a spirit-tempering pill are almost the same. The mountain gazing stone I gave you is only 5 sets of materials. Not to mention that you have already given me a top-grade mountain gazing pill. Even if you didn't give it to me, at most 10 spirit-tempering pills are enough to compensate for the mountain gazing stone. Hou Guanqi looked at Lin Yi very seriously and said. He also stopped Lin Yi from refuting. Pointing to the jade box in Lin Yi's hand, he said, "If there are only 30 sets of materials here and Brother Lin has about 50% success rate, I won't refuse all of them, but with Brother Lin's success rate and so many sets of materials here, I absolutely can't accept it. Just to refine so many spirit-tempering pills, the time required and the consumption of divine sense is extremely shocking. Brother, you can't be so ungrateful." Lin Yi opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Was he supposed to tell him that he didn't refine pills 1 by 1 but 5 at a time? Also, others might not be able to refine 1 pill in a day or 2, but he could at least refine 8 or 10 batches a day. As for the consumption of divine sense, Lin Yi was not worried at all. When he was at sea, he could casually catch a sea beast and use it to replenish his divine sense. At the same time, he could also get a sea beast's Niden to refine pills. Brother Lin, I appreciate your kindness, but I only need 10 spirit-tempering pills. I won't take any more. With 10 spirit-tempering pills, I estimate that the strength of my divine sense should be able to greatly improve. As for the rest, you can keep them for your own use. This matter is settled. If you say anything more, then you don't consider me as a friend." Hou Guanqi didn't give Lin Yi a chance to speak, and directly finished his own words. Seeing that Lin Yi seemed to want to say something, Hou Guanqi followed up and said, "Brother Lin, do you know the restrictions of spirit tempering pills?" Lin Yi was slightly startled and shook his head. "What are the restrictions of spirit tempering pills? I asked Brother Hou to enlighten me. I really haven't heard of it. In fact, I also accidentally saw it in the ancient books. Spirit tempering pills are not always effective. Otherwise, these spiritual awareness grassroots can be used to refine dozens of spirit tempering pills. Wouldn't it be able to enhance people's divine sense to an extremely terrifying level?" Hou Guanqi pointed to the jade box containing the spiritual awareness grassroots, and felt some regret in his heart. If there were no such restrictions, he might have thickened his face and asked for more spirit tempering pills. Not waiting for Lin Yi to ask, Hou Guanqi continued, "The effect of spirit tempering pills on the tempering of divine sense is quite amazing, but unfortunately, in each big level, you can only take one spirit tempering pill. Eating more won't have any effect. Only when you enter the next big level can you take another spirit tempering pill, and the effect will get lower and lower." Chapter 58:17. After entering the gold core stage, a soul tempering pill may be able to improve from the early gold core stage to the middle gold core stage or even the peak of the middle gold core stage, but the effect is definitely weaker than that of the foundation establishment stage. In the future, you can only rely on your own cultivation and so on. The heavenly Tao realm and the magnate realm are at most 8 soul tempering pills. I even asked for 2 more. There was one more thing that Hou Guanqi didn't say, that was, with his aptitude, his strength might not be able to enter the magnate realm, and the strength of his divine sense would not exceed his own level, so in theory, having 4 soul tempering pills was enough. The rest of the soul tempering pills were mostly useless to him. Lin Yi really didn't know that the soul tempering pill actually had such a limit. He had to send a letter to Tianchan later. It didn't matter if it was a waste, but he was afraid that there would be any side effects if he ate too much. The next time Lin Yi refined the soul tempering pill, he would also try to take it continuously to see if it was really the case. However, he already believed that what Hou Guanqi said was not false, because the effect of using the divine sense grassroot to temper his divine sense was getting weaker and weaker. It was probably because the share of the soul tempering pill had been used up, and he could only continue to temper his divine sense at the next big level. After understanding that Hou Guanqi was not being polite, Lin Yi shrugged helplessly and said, "Well, since Brother Hou said that, then let's do it this way. When I refine the soul tempering pill, I will give a few to Brother Kai and Captain Okuda, and say that it was from you." "Haha, it's up to you. Anyway, it's yours. If you like to give it to others in my name, it has nothing to do with me, as long as I have my share." Hou Guanqi laughed again, and his mood was extremely good. Lin Yi was also happy. Thinking about it, it was a small matter anyway. He was too lazy to say more. "Well, this time I will really take my leave. When the soul tempering pill is refined, I will send a few over first. Brother Hou can start to temper his divine sense." After he finished speaking, he cupped his fists and left with the jade box. Hou Guanqi quickly walked to the door and bid farewell to Lin Yi. The two of them were diagonally opposite each other, so there was no need to be so polite. Lin Yi didn't return to his room. Instead, he took out a piece of paper and wrote down the restrictions of the spirit-quenching pill on it. He asked the guards here to send it to Tiandan Pavilion and give it to Tianchan, who on this warship didn't know Lin Yi, the honorary vice-captain. The guard felt very honored to be able to do this for him. He even refused to accept the spirit jades that Lin Yi wanted to give him as thanks. He took the paper and directly ran out. After returning to his room, Lin Yi opened the restriction on the door and prepared to start refining the spirit-quenching pill. Along the way, he could refine a lot of spirit-quenching pills, but he had to give them away, auction them, and use them for himself. If he didn't refine more, it really wouldn't be enough. However, before Lin Yi could take out the Shenong cauldron, his expression suddenly turned cold. He turned his head and looked at the door. The restriction that had just taken effect had been forcibly destroyed. The various restrictions on the ancient warship were not set up by Okuda Dam later, but they were already there when the warship existed. That was why they could isolate Lin Yi's powerful divine sense. Otherwise, with the current level of divine sense of the Heaven Stage Island, there was no need for such restrictions at all. As for the defensive ability of these restrictions, to be honest, it was not strong. Any master of the mysterious ascending stage could easily break it with brute force. Of course, under normal circumstances, if someone came to find someone, they would just gently touch the restriction to remind the person inside that there was a guest visiting. Forcibly breaking the restriction almost made it clear that the enemy was attacking. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and his powerful divine sense rushed out like a tide. Through the broken restriction, he could easily see a middle-aged man with a thin face and a hooked nose reaching out to push the door with a cold face. The next moment, the hooked-nosed man had already flashed in like a ghost. While closing the door, he did not even say a word and directly launched an attack on Lin Yi. A sharp blade-like chi split the air in the room and appeared in front of Lin Yi in an instant. If it was an ordinary master of the mysterious ascending stage, his head might have been directly cut off by this chi. Unfortunately, Lin Yi was not an ordinary person. Although this hooked-nosed man had the strength of the mysterious ascending great perfection, in the eyes of Lin Yi, he was really not a great person. When he was in the early stage of the mysterious ascending stage, he was able to fight against an opponent in the early stage of the mountain opening stage. Now that he was already at the peak of the late stage of the mysterious ascending stage, a mere mysterious ascending great perfection actually dared to come and attack him. Wasn't he just sending himself to death? There was no need for any profound martial arts. Lin Yi just stretched out his hand and the invisible chi was imprisoned in front of him. Then his 5 fingers closed, and there was a slight sound of metal cracking. The metal attribute chi of the hooked-nosed man suddenly dissipated. Not even a speck of dust was blown away. Good boy, you have some skills. The hooked-nosed man's pupils shrank slightly, and he snorted in a low voice. Unfortunately, you are destined to fall today. Don't make any unnecessary resistance. I will give you a quick death. Before he finished his sentence, the aquiline-nosed man's body flashed, and countless sharp pure energy blades shot out, enveloping Lin Yi completely. If he didn't have a way to deal with it, he'd be riddled with holes in the next moment. Sword shower kill. The hooked-nosed man's mouth showed a smug smile. This was his strongest offensive martial arts. Not to mention the mysterious ascending stage, even if it was a master of the early mountain opening stage, if he was caught off guard and faced this move of his sword shower kill at such a close distance, it was very likely that he would suffer a big loss. The metal attribute chi was originally full of killing intent, and this move of sword shower kill brought this kind of killing intent into full play. He did not believe that Lin Yi could resist this killer move. If it was not for the fact that this was the ancient worship of Okuda Dam, and he had to finish the battle quickly so as not to alarm others, the hooked-nosed man would not have used his strongest offensive martial arts at the beginning. Since he had used it, it was naturally the result of killing in one blow. Lin Yi sneered. His current divine sense was so strong that when the hooked-nosed man used the sword shower kill, all the changes in strengths were actually already grasped by him. If it was a master of the mountain opening stage who used this move, perhaps Lin Yi would also have to temporarily avoid it. Mysterious ascending great circle? It was not enough. A low dragon roar sounded in the room, and the 5 elements of killing intent turned into a dragon shape, baring its fangs and claws to meet the wave of sword chi rain. After the sharp metal attribute chi met the 5 elements of killing intent, it suddenly converged all of its sharpness, like a tempered steel turning soft. All of it surrounded the dragon shape of the 5 elements of killing intent, and there was no longer any threat. Chapter 58:18. At this moment, the aquiline-nosed man's heart was filled with endless regret. He regretted that he did not find out who he was going to deal with before he came. His level was obviously lower than his, but this kind of strength was enough to crush him mercilessly. I can't retreat. If I retreat, I will die. The aquiline-nosed man was already a little scared, but he still said so to himself in his heart. He was extremely experienced in fighting. He knew that his momentum had been completely suppressed by Lin Yi. If he wanted to retreat and escape, it would only become a situation of 1,000 miles. The only way to survive was to face the difficulty. The aquiline-nosed man gritted his teeth and forcibly suppressed the trace of timidity in his heart. He put his hands together and stirred up all the chi in his body. At the same time, at the cost of burning his blood essence and reducing his lifespan, he gained more power in a short period of time. Then he desperately faced the five-colored dragon. All of this happened in an instant. Linny also admired the decisiveness of the aquiline-nosed man. He was able to make the right choice in a flash. Not everyone could do that. Unfortunately, even if he burned his own blood essence, the strength he gained was still above the profound ascension great circle. At most, he could only be considered as half a step into the mountain opening stage. If he wanted to fight against Linny's dragon-shaped five elements murderous aura, it was far from enough. There was no loud explosion, nor was there any surging chi. The aquiline-nosed man's desperate counterattack to save himself was like a small stone thrown into the sea. Without causing any waves, it was completely strangled and swallowed by the dragon-shaped five elements murderous aura. Then he could only watch in despair as the five-colored dragon rushed into his body, unscrupulously passing through his meridians and destroying them. Linny looked coldly at the aquiline-nosed man. The five elements murderous aura, combined with his powerful divine sense, exerted power beyond his imagination. Moreover, he could control it as if it was his own arm, without the slightest sense of sluggishness. The aquiline-nosed man did not die. He just fell to the ground and kept twitching. Linny did not intend to kill him now, at least not before he knew who sent him. "Tell me, who sent you?" Linny stepped forward slowly and looked down at the hook-nosed man as he asked indifferently. Under Linny's control, the five elements murderous chi was slightly restrained so that the hook-nosed man wouldn't even have the ability to speak. The aquiline-nosed man's face was pale as he gasped for breath. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat. In such a short time, his clothes were drenched from the inside out. "You don't have to ask. I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I tell you. If you have the guts, kill your grandfather. Let's see who will die more miserably in the end." The hook-nosed man was tough and did not say the answer that Linny wanted to know. However, looking at his arrogant appearance, it seemed that he had a strong backing and was not afraid of Linny at all. Linny smiled faintly and said, "Turns out that you're so awesome. It was me who was disrespectful. In fact, it doesn't matter if you say it or not. I just asked you to give you a chance. Since you don't need it, then forget it. Anyway, with the soul-searching technique, I can know what I want to know." The hook-nosed man's expression suddenly changed. He knew how overbearing the soul-searching technique was. If Linny really used the soul-searching technique on him, even if he didn't die, he would most likely be crippled. In this case, it was better to simply die. What's worse was that even if he could commit suicide now, his primordial spirit could not escape the pain brought by the soul-searching technique. It could be said that Lin Yi's words had completely hit this guy's soft spot. He was not afraid of death, but he was really afraid of having his soul searched. In the past, when Lin Yi said that he would use the soul-searching technique on people, it was simply to scare people. But after a trip to the ancient small Jianghu, he learned the method of devouring primordial spirit. Soul-searching technique was just a piece of cake. Even if he had not learned it, he could easily deduce it. So this time he really wasn't trying to scare the hook-nosed man. The hook-nosed man's expression kept changing. He didn't know if Lin Yi was trying to scare him, but he didn't dare to try. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "You can't use the soul-searching technique on me. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the Middle Island. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I'm the Alchemy Hall's guest. You can kill me, but if you dare to use the soul-searching technique on me and cause some secrets of the Alchemy Hall to be leaked, don't mention you, even Ho Guanqi won't have a good ending." Lin Yi frowned slightly. He could feel that the hook-nosed man wasn't lying. The identity of the Alchemy Hall's guest should be true. The consequences of using the soul-searching technique were most likely true. Lin Yi didn't care, but he had to consider Tianchan and Sydney in the Tiandan Pavilion, as well as Ho Guanqi, Kaizhongyang, the Will of Heaven, and others who were related to him. With the high status of the Alchemy Hall in the Middle Island, if Lin Yi really used the soul-searching technique on a guest of the Alchemy Hall, even Okuda State wouldn't be able to protect him and the Tiandan Pavilion. Seeing Lin Yi's hesitation, the hook-nosed man finally let out a sigh of relief. If he knew this would be the result, he wouldn't have agreed to find trouble with Lin Yi even if he was beaten to death. But since it was already like this, as long as he didn't die, he would definitely find a way to get back at him. This time it's my fault. We can be considered to have no discord, no concord. Why don't we just forget about it? The hook-nosed man looked at Lin Yi carefully and asked, It would be great if he could use the name of the alchemy hall to scare Lin Yi and escape with his life. It wouldn't be too late to take revenge after planning. Of course, the hook-nosed man also felt that it was impossible to move Lin Yi with just a few words, so he reluctantly took out a small jade box from his arms and said with pain, "As long as you promise not to mention this matter, then this mountain gazing stone will be given to you as compensation." Mountain gazing stone? Lin Yi was really a little surprised this time. Why was the mountain gazing stone so common? Could it be obtained so easily? If he knew that he could get the mountain gazing stone this way, he wouldn't have needed to exchange it with Guanqi. However, thinking that this hook-nosed man was at the mystic ascension great perfection and was about to break through to the mountain opening stage, it was reasonable for him to collect the mountain gazing stone. He was a guest of the alchemy hall. As long as he had something, it was basically no problem to ask the people of the alchemy hall to refine elixirs. The problem was that there were not many people in the alchemy hall who could refine the mountain gazing pill, so he kept the mountain gazing stone and didn't use it. This time, the hook-nosed man was also distressed to exchange it for his life. However, he thought that after killing Lin Yi in the future, he could still get the thing back, so he calmed down. Chapter 58:19. Lin Yi closed the jade box and said with a faint smile, "This is my spoil of war, so I will accept it." The hook-nosed man's face suddenly turned ugly. Lin Yi was not going to let him go after taking his things. However, he could not say anything else because Lin Yi was right. His life was in the hands of others, so naturally the things on him were not his own. Lin Yi was reminded by the hook-nosed man, so he simply used his divine sense to scan the guy's clothes to see if there were any other good things. Unfortunately, other than some spiritual jades, there was nothing else to rob. It should be that the hook-nosed man did not bring everything with him, and only kept the most important mountain gazing stone close to him. In the end, Lin Yi took advantage of it. With a mountain gazing stone as a reward, Lin Yi was already quite satisfied. It did not matter if there was nothing else. With a wave of his hand, he used his spiritual chi to lift the hook-nosed man in the air and said coldly, "You said that you are a consecrator of the pill hall, so there must be a lot of people who know you, right? Since you dare to come and kill me, then let everyone see whether you are really that awesome and whether the pill hall will really stand up for you. What do you want?" The hook-nosed man could not care less about his mountain gazing stone. After hearing Lin Yi's words, he had an extremely bad guess in his heart, and his expression immediately changed. Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, "You will know soon what I want to do." After saying that, Lin Yi directly carried the hook-nosed man out of the room. From the time this guy broke the restriction and broke into the room to launch a sneak attack until now, only a little more than a minute had passed. The alarm of the restriction being damaged had been sent to the control room of the ancient warship, and it was estimated that it had just been sent to Okuda Dam. As for the rooms on the side, whether it was Wei Shinjin's, Guanqi's or Kai Zhongyang's, because the restriction of their rooms had not been touched, they still did not know that such a thing had happened in Lin Yi's room. If the hook-nosed man's target was not Lin Yi, it was estimated that this guy would have already left the ancient warship. This kind of defense really made Lin Yi a little dissatisfied, so he had to find a chance to mention it to Okuda Dam. Of course, there was originally a guard here, but he was sent by Lin Yi to run errands. This guy could be considered lucky. Otherwise, if the hook-nosed man entered Lin Yi's room, he would have conveniently killed him. After walking out of the room, Lin Yi released his divine sense and touched all the restrictions on the ancient warship. Since he wanted to make a big scene, it would be too boring if there were too few people. "Someone ambushed us in the VIP rooms of the ancient warship, and we've already caught him. If you're interested, you can come up to the deck and see if you know the assassin." Lin Yi used his pure chi to cover his voice, sending it to all the corridors. This time, he had made up his mind to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. So what if it was a priest from the Hall of Elixirs? Lin Yi wanted everyone in Central Island to know that the people of Tiandan Pavilion were not to be messed with. Even if it was a priest from the Hall of Elixirs, there was nothing much to say. As long as he didn't search the hook-nosed man's soul, Lin Yi was in the right. He didn't believe that the Hall of Elixirs would fall out with him because of this. If that really happened, then Lin Yi would be disappointed in his cheap master, Zhang Liju. Guanqi was the first to come out. He had sent Lin Yi off not long ago, and was thinking about the spirit tempering pill when he felt the restriction on the door being touched. He thought that Lin Yi had come back because of something, so he quickly opened the door and saw Lin Yi carrying the hook-nosed man towards the deck. Of course, what Lin Yi said made Hou Guanqi understand what was going on. The problem was that he really did know that hook-nosed man. Brother Lin. Brother Lin. Hou Guanqi called twice and caught up to Lin Yi. He looked at the hook-nosed man in Lin Yi's hand in surprise. Priest, sure, you went to Brother Lin's room and ambushed him? Lin Yi wasn't surprised that Hou Guanqi knew this hook-nosed man. He just confirmed what the guy had said, that he really was a priest from the Hall of Elixirs. Brother Hou, you know this guy? He's called Jun, right? Lin Yi didn't stop and continued walking towards the deck. Hou Guanqi felt like he was in a difficult position. One was Lin Yi, whom he had tried his best to befriend, and the other was a priest from the Hall of Elixirs. It wasn't appropriate to help either side. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come out. Brother Lin, how are you going to deal with Priest Sure? It couldn't be helped. Since he had already come out, Hou Guanqi could only force himself to ask. No matter what, he had to ensure that Lin Yi wouldn't get into more trouble first. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "This priest sure wants to kill me, but I don't know him. I asked him who sent him, but he wasn't willing to say. Since that's the case, don't blame me for killing him as an example to others. I want everyone to know that the people of Tiandan Pavilion can't be easily bullied. If they dare to make a move on us, they should be prepared to be killed instead." Hou Guanqi couldn't help but secretly complain. Although Lin Yi's tone was light, the murderous intent in it could directly make people shiver. Although Lin Yi was the reasonable one, if he really killed Jun, the rift between him and the Hall of Elixirs wouldn't be easily repaired. Jun wanted Hou Guanqi to say a few good words for him, but it was a pity that Lin Yi's 5 elements murderous intent was still raging in his body. Under Lin Yi's intentional control, he couldn't speak at all. Brother Lin, I'm not trying to persuade you, but it's best if you think twice about this. This Jun was sent by the Hall of Elixirs to protect Master Li Zhaoyi, but I heard that he's already on House Zheng's side. Hou Guanqi said bitterly. Being able to say this much was already the limit. If he continued, not only would there be a rift between Lin Yi and the Hall of Elixirs, there would also be a rift between him and Lin Yi. Kai Zhongyang and Wei Shenjin also quickly followed, but Hou Guanqi didn't expect them to say anything. One was a follower of Lin Yi, and although the other was Zhang Liju's disciple, he didn't have much connection with the Hall of Elixirs. If they wanted to help, they would definitely help Lin Yi. As expected, after knowing the situation, Kai Zhongyang didn't say anything beneficial to Jun. Wei Shenjin even directly said that this kind of person should be killed on the spot. Chapter 58:20. Lin Yi casually threw Jun on the ground, then said with a faint smile, "Brother Okuda, this matter can't be blamed on you. If he had the intention to sneak attack, you couldn't have defended either. If it were sailing on the sea, the ancient warship would naturally have a layer of shielding. If outsiders wanted to board, they would immediately be aware. But now, it was anchored in the harbor, and there were still people boarding or leaving. It was impossible for Okudaba to completely block it. Hence such a loophole appeared." Okudaba said with a smile, "Fortunately, Brother Lin, you're fine. Otherwise, even if I cut that bastard into 1,000 pieces, it won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart." After saying that, Okudaba turned his attention to Jun. The smile on his face also vanished. He swept a cold glance at Jun and said, "You're considered bold, daring to come to my ship alone to kill my brother. This is not putting me in your eyes at all. Do you think that I, Okudaba, can be bullied by others after leaving the Okuda family?" Jun's body trembled, and regret grew in his heart. He thought that he could kill Lin Yi in one blow, completely not giving Okudaba time to react. That was why he came. He didn't expect that the one killed in one blow was himself. Now that he was facing Okudaba directly, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid. Although Okudaba did run away from the Okuda family, he never said that he severed ties with the Okuda family. After all, he was the Okuda family's 3rd young master. To say that Nakajima didn't fear the Pill Hall's forces, the Okuda family was definitely one of them. He, a mere consecrator, really couldn't be compared to Okudaba. "Brother Lin, do you know who this guy is?" Okudaba also didn't know if he really didn't know Jun. He turned his head and asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded and said, I heard that he's the Pill Hall's consecrator Jun. Okuda sneered and said, Pill Hall's consecrator, what a great background. Brother Lin, if it's not convenient for you to make a move, then let me take care of this guy for you? Elixir was a giant in Nakajima after all. Even if Lin Yi was in the right, he'd still have to think twice before making a move. Okuda, on the other hand, was different. Even if he didn't have the Okuda family behind him, just his own capital alone was enough for him to have nothing to fear from Elixir. Lin Yi smiled and said, Thank you, Okuda bro, I'll take care of this myself. Lin Yi said and smiled and said, Okuda Lin said, I will take care of this. Jun nod. Brother E. Lin Yi knew that this was probably just an expression of goodwill, but he was still very grateful. He smiled and cupped his fists in thanks. To be able to stand by his side so firmly in a situation like this, he was a friend worth having no matter what. In the time it took to say a few words, more and more people came to the deck. Among them were Zheng Dongjue, Li Zhaoyi, and other people from the Pill Hall. How dare you, Lin Yi? How dare you kidnap our consecrator? How dare you? Zheng Dongjue took a step forward and pointed at Lin Yi with a furious expression. But he didn't dare to go any further. What if he got too close to Lin Yi and got smashed to the ground as well? Lin Yi looked at Zheng Dongjue coldly and said, Zheng Dongjue, you didn't send this Jun, did you? The consecrator of the Pill Hall can be used by the Vice Hall Master. Otherwise, why would you be so agitated? Zheng Dongjue glared and said, Nonsense! You're slandering me. How could our consecrator do something like this? It must be you who wanted to deal with consecrator sure. That's why you framed him. Hehe, you can always find a way to frame someone. Lin Yi, I advise you to rein in before it's too late. Otherwise, the Pill Hall won't let you off. Ho Guanqi couldn't resist saying, Vice Hall Master Zheng, you don't know what happened. How can you be sure that it was Lin Yi who framed him? Furthermore, he and consecrator sure have no enmity in the past. They've never crossed paths before. Why is there a need to plot against consecrator sure? Ho Guanqi, you're a member of the Pill Hall and the Hall Master's nominal eldest disciple. Not only did you not contribute to the Pill Hall, you even defended the Pill Hall's enemy. Could it be that you and Lin Yi colluded with each other and deliberately targeted consecrator sure? Zheng Dongjue immediately dragged Ho Guanqi into the water with a cold smile. Didn't you say that Lin Yi and Jun didn't cross paths? Then you, Ho Guanqi, and Jun must have crossed paths, right? Ho Guanqi, this honest man, had never suffered such humiliation before. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. He couldn't refute anything. Lin Yi looked at Zheng Dongjue mockingly and said, Surname Zheng, I wasn't sure at first. Seeing you biting people like a mad dog, I'm relieved. You were the one who ordered Jun to assassinate me. There's no doubt about that. Don't talk to me about evidence. I don't need any evidence for what I'm sure of. Lin Yi, who do you think you are? You want to use such a groundless excuse to deal with me, Zheng Dongjue? If you want to come at me, just come at me. What's the point of involving the unrelated consecrator sure? I, Zheng Dongjue, won't be as despicable as you, using such a boring excuse to frame innocent people. Zheng Dongjue felt a little guilty in his heart, but he definitely wouldn't back down on the surface. Unfortunately, his words were no longer as strong as before. Li Zhaoyi frowned slightly and said faintly, Stop arguing. Is there any misunderstanding? Let's get to the bottom of the matter first. Lin Yi glanced at Li Zhaoyi and said indifferently, Jun forcibly broke the restriction of my room, broke into my room and tried to kill me. What misunderstanding can there be? The consecrator of the Pill Hall can be so lawless and kill people at will. Does he really think that Pill Gajong isn't here, and Middle Island is under Zheng Dongjue's control? Zheng Dongjue's face was extremely ugly, but for some reason he didn't refute. Li Zhaoyi looked at Lin Yi with a strange expression, nodded slightly and stopped talking. Lin Yi was a little confused. This girl was really strange. She said something inexplicably and then stopped talking. Was this considered her responsibility as the chief alchemist of the Pill Hall? Li Zhaoyi didn't say anything anymore, and Zheng Dongjue stood up again. But this time he pointed his spear at Okuda Dam. Captain Okuda, Lin Yi is holding our dance master hostage on your ship. Don't you have anything to say? Isn't this looking down on our Pill Hall too much? Okuda didn't even look up. He said coldly, Who do you think you are? A person who helps Pill Gajong manage the Pill Hall dares to represent the entire Pill Hall? Whether or not Lin Yi held Shijun hostage wasn't up to you to decide. But whether or not Shijun broke the lock on my ship and killed my brothers, that was up to me to decide. Trying to act mighty on my ship, humph, who gave you face? Chapter 58-21. It couldn't be helped. Okuda-ba had a super family behind him. The entire Hall of Alchemy was at most on the same level as his family. Although Zheng Dongjue was a deputy hall master, he couldn't represent the entire Hall of Alchemy. Seeing this, Zhang Tianqing pointed at Okuda-ba and sneered. Captain Okuda, are you trying to protect Lin Yi by talking about my uncle like that? Don't think that you're so great just because you have the Okuda family behind you. Although our Zheng family isn't as powerful as your Okuda family, but my ass. Do you have the right to speak on my Okuda damn ship? Who do you think you are? How dare you point your finger at me? Do you want to die? Okuda-ba slapped Zhang Tianqing's finger away. What the hell? Did he really think that he was a big shot? Okuda-ba didn't even put Zheng Dongjue in his eyes. The fact that he didn't slap this idiot to death was already considering that he was a businessman. You. Zhang Tianqing was furious. He was a genius from the East Continent. Especially in front of Li Zhaoyi, Okuda-ba taught him a lesson so mercilessly. He almost lost his temper. Unfortunately, the guards on the ship instantly surrounded him, causing Zhang Tianqing to completely calm down. On this ancient battleship, it was simply too unwise to challenge Okuda Dam. Zhang Tianqing could only swallow his anger and wait for an opportunity to take revenge in the future. Lin Yi waved his hand at Okuda-ba and said with a smile, Brother Okuda, I told you to let me handle this myself. You don't have to care about these clowns. Since everyone is here, I won't waste any more of your time. Today I, Lin Yi, will tell everyone here that whoever provokes me, no matter where he comes from, as long as he falls into my hands, there's only one ending, death. At the end, Lin Yi's tone was as cold as ice. His cold eyes scanned the entire place, and people like Shang Wani who had interacted with Lin Yi before felt their hearts skip a beat. They really didn't feel that Lin Yi had this kind of aura. Only now did they realize that he wasn't a simple person. Zheng Dongjue panicked. Shijun was indeed on his side in the dark, but he couldn't bring this out in the open. If a practitioner from the Pill Hall was killed just like that, no matter what, Zhang Liju would investigate it when he came back. Some things would naturally surface, and this was something that Zheng Dongjue couldn't allow. Lin Yi, do you really want to be the enemy of the Hall of Alchemy? If you dare kill Master Shi, you'll have to face the wrath of our Hall Master Zhang Liju. Are you sure you and your friends can handle it? Zheng Dongjue barked. No matter what, he couldn't let Lin Yi kill Shijun. For this, he even brought up Zhang Liju's name. It was sad to think about it. Zheng Dongjue wanted to take the Hall of Alchemy from Zhang Liju's hands, but he still needed Zhang Liju's reputation to control the situation. Even if he could get the Hall of Alchemy, would it be his Hall of Alchemy? Lin Yi laughed mockingly. Zheng Dongjue, can't you change your words? You keep saying the same thing over and over again. Without Alchemy Gajang's name, can't you live? Also, Okuda bro already said it, who do you think you are? You're just a steward who manages the Hall of Alchemy. Do you really think you're the master of the Hall of Alchemy? You're representing the Hall of Alchemy. Representing Alchemy Gajang, what a joke. Low snickers could be heard from the crowd, evidently thinking that Lin Yi's words made sense. Most of the people here were people with high statuses in Nakajima, and laughing was just laughing. No one was afraid of Zheng Dongjue, the vice head of the Hall of Alchemy. Li Zhaoyi still had that weird expression on her face. She looked up at Zheng Dongjue, then turned to Lin Yi but didn't say anything. Okuda-ba, are you going to care about this or not? Do you really think you can stay out of this when a master of alchemy was killed on your ship? Could it be that Lin Yi is your VIP, but our Hall of Alchemy isn't? Do you still want to do business in the seas of the 5 major islands? Zheng Dongjue turned his head and shouted at Okuda-ba. He was already a little flustered and didn't see Tong Wulsuo, who had followed him on the ship, winking at him. Okuda-ba frowned slightly. He could ignore the Hall of Alchemy and Zheng Dongjue, but he couldn't ignore his own reputation. Lin Yi was right in this matter, but if he didn't do anything, it wouldn't be justifiable, and it would be detrimental to the future construction of the fleet. However, in a flash, Okuda-ba made a decision, and that was to stand firmly on Lin Yi's side. Zheng Dongjue, I don't need you to tell me what happened on my ship. Shi Jun broke the restriction and attacked Lin Yi. So he should be killed on the spot after being captured. Don't tell me that they're all VIPs. If they were all VIPs like you, I really wouldn't dare to accept your business. Okuda-ba said indifferently. Zheng Dongjue was right about one thing, he was also a VIP on this ship. So Okuda-ba restrained his tone a little. Zheng Dongjue laughed and said, Okuda-ba, don't talk about these useless things. I'll tell you directly, if you continue to side with Lin Yi and disregard the lives of our Hall of Alchemy, I will immediately go to the Maritime Association to impeach you. Don't forget, our Hall of Alchemy is also a VIP member of the Maritime Association. I don't believe that no one can control you. Okuda-ba's face was as calm as water. If he wanted to make a name for himself in this sea, he had to accept the jurisdiction of the Maritime Association. Unless he didn't do legitimate business and became a pirate, he couldn't ignore this matter. Okuda-ba really didn't care about Zheng Dongjue. He also believed that the Hall of Alchemy wouldn't go all out to deal with him. However, with Zheng Dongjue's character, it was really possible that he would go to the Maritime Association to complain and impeach him, which put him in a very difficult position. Lin Yi also saw Okuda-ba's difficulty. Of course, he wouldn't let his friend fall into a dilemma, so he simply said, Brother Okuda, Shi Jun is actually not that important. After all, he's just a pawn. I will find the person behind him, so it doesn't matter if you don't kill him. Okuda-ba was obviously relieved. He also knew that Lin Yi was taking care of his face, so he said with a smile, Brother Lin, you are broad-minded. There's really no need to care about this scoundrel. Don't worry, after this trip, I will definitely help you get justice. Chapter 58:22. For a man who could dominate the sea, being soft-hearted was definitely not a virtue, but being ruthless. Zheng Dongjue's body trembled slightly, and he felt a little regretful. Not only did he not kill Lin Yi this time, but he also completely offended Okuda-ba. If he thought about it carefully, it was really a big loss. Fortunately, Lin Yi finally relented and did not continue to say that he must kill Shi Jun. In this round, Zheng Dongjue won, and Lin Yi was slapped in the face by his own words. This was the only consolation. Thank you, Brother Okuda. However, I have my own plans for this matter. You don't have to worry about it, Brother Okuda. Lin Yi smiled faintly, and then with the tip of his foot, he kicked Shi Jun. At the same time, he displayed the invisible and silent soul hook hand, and directly imprisoned Shi Jun's primordial spirit in the space of the jade pendant. Since he said that he wanted him dead, then he would definitely die. And his death would be even more miserable than before. Out of respect for my brother Okuda, I've already returned him to you. I won't hold the matter of the Stone Army's sneak attack against me for now. However, I'm warning you, if you provoke me again, no one will be able to save you. Lin Yi said coldly to Zheng Dongjue and the others, including Li Zaoi. This girl was weird, and she always hung out with that idiot Zheng Tianqing. Of course, he did not have a good impression of her. Zheng Dongjue snorted. Although he saved Shi Jun, he did not feel proud of his victory. This time he was reckless. He wanted to use Shi Junto to get rid of Lin Yi, but he did not expect that Lin Yi was so strong that he could easily get rid of Shi Jun. Tong Wuxia, who was in the crowd, secretly shook his head. It was true that Zheng Dongjue was his master, but it was really hard to follow a master who liked to mess around. What did he do? He clearly said not to provoke Lin Yi, but in the next moment, he sent someone to assassinate him. It would have been fine if it had succeeded, but it just had to fail. However, Tong Wuxia also knew that this sudden action was most likely because Zheng Tianqing had suffered a loss in the hands of Lin Yi, so he instigated Zheng Dongjue to make a move. He probably couldn't bring himself to do it. Tong Wuxia could only comfort himself in this manner. At the very least, he managed to figure out some of Lin Yi's strength through this operation, so it was not as if he did not gain anything at all. Just as he was thinking about this, Zheng Dongjue suddenly roared. Lin Yi, what did you do to Shi Jun? Why isn't there any movement from him? His soul had been taken away by the soul-reaping hand, so it would be strange if he could still move. Although Shi Jun was still alive, he was no different from a corpse. He would completely rot away after a while. Lin Yi sneered in his heart and said calmly, What did I do? Zheng Dongjue, are you looking for trouble? If you want to find trouble, just say it. I will take it all. Don't find such a poor excuse. Zhang Dongjue was suddenly speechless. He did not have any evidence to prove that Lin Yi had done something to Shi Jun, but even a fool would know that something had happened to Shi Jun. It was definitely Lin Yi's doing. However, unless there was evidence, it would be useless to say anything else. Lin Yi looked at Shi Jun and sneered. Does this guy have some hidden disease? Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly become like this, right? Zhang Dongjue, you saw it too. I didn't do anything to him, but he suddenly became a fool. Don't blame me. Zhang Dongjue glared at Lin Yi fiercely. He knew that he could not gain any advantage in a verbal argument, so he simply ignored Lin Yi and quickly gave Shi Jun a detailed examination. It was a pity that there was nothing wrong with Shi Jun's body except for some trivial injuries. The murderous aura of the 5 elements had been eliminated by Lin Yi, so there was no abnormality in his meridians. As the chief alchemist of the Pill Hall, Li Zhaoyi naturally knew about medicine. Zhang Dongjue couldn't find any problems, so she went forward to check. Hey, this situation seems to be a case of soullessness. Is it because he lost his soul? Li Zhaoyi said in a low voice, slightly surprised. Then she looked up at Lin Yi, hoping to see some clues from Lin Yi's face. Unfortunately, she did not get what she wanted. Master Li Zhao, can you find a way to treat Shi Jun? Zhang Dongjue looked at Li Zhaoyi with hope. He couldn't see any problem with Shi Jun at all, but Li Zhaoyi found it all at once. Of course, he pinned all his hopes on the chief alchemist of the Pill Hall. Li Zhaoyi stood up and shook her head slightly. This is not something that can be cured by any elixir. I don't have a way. Maybe he will wake up in a few days. If that doesn't work, Deputy Hall Master Zheng can bid for the Spirit Gathering branch in this auction and give it to High Official Shi. It might be able to help him regain consciousness. Lin Yi had been paying attention to the situation here. Naturally, he heard Li Zhaoyi's words. He had a whole new level of respect for this strange girl. Unfortunately, she didn't know the function of the soul-hooking hand. Shi Jun's soul was completely imprisoned by Lin Yi. Not to mention the God-gathering branch, even a God-gathering tree would be useless. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but shiver. If Han Jingjing's soul was also imprisoned by someone or some force, even if he obtained the God-gathering branch, would it be possible to wake Han Jingjing up? Okay, everyone, please leave. I will send more guards to guard the aisles of the distinguished guests. I will never let this kind of thing happen again. This is my guarantee, everyone, please rest assured. Okudaba didn't know about Lin Yi's worries. On the surface, Shi Jun's attack had come to an end, so he began to evacuate the people on the deck. After a while, the sky would brighten, and the loading and unloading of the other 4 treasure ships would be almost completed. The fleet would soon be able to set sail. As long as they left the port and the ancient battleship raised the barrier, his control of the entire battleship would reach its peak. He wouldn't have to worry about any more tricks from Middle Island Pill Hall. After the people on the deck heard Okudaba's words, they began to disperse in 2s and 3s. However, before they left, the way they looked at Lin Yi was completely different. Although Lin Yi said he would kill Shi Jun, he didn't really kill him in the end. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that it didn't matter whether Shi Jun was killed or not. Even if he was still alive, he was no different from a dead man. After Li Zhaoyi expressed her opinion, she didn't intend to speak again. Finally, she looked at Lin Yi and simply turned to leave. Chapter 58-23. However, Zhang Tianqing obviously didn't have any apologetic thoughts. He was also indifferent to Shi Jun's current situation. In his heart, he was still blaming Shi Jun, this idiot. He couldn't even kill an opponent weaker than him. He really deserved to die. Zhang Dongjue's face was gloomy as he signaled another guard of Dan Hall to carry Shi Jun back to his room. Originally, he wanted to send Shi Jun back to the shore, but after listening to Li Zhaoyi's words, he changed his mind. Since he needed the Spirit Gathering branch to treat Shi Jun, it was obviously more appropriate to take him to the northernmost island. After a while, Zhang Dongsheng, who was in the medicine sect, rushed over after receiving the notice and appeared in Zhang Dongjue's room. In the original plan, Zhang Dongsheng was to stay in Middle Island to deal with Tiandan Pavilion, while Zhang Dongjue took Zhang Tianqing and Tong Wulsui to the northernmost island to see if there was a chance to cut off the wings of Tiandan Pavilion. Who would have thought that one of his wings would be broken before the ship even set sail? A Xiansheng at the Great Perfection was definitely a top figure in Middle Island. Dongjue, what the hell is going on? Didn't we agree not to provoke Lin Yi for the time being, but to start with the likes of Hou Guanqi, Kai Zhongyang, and Okuda Ba? Even if you want Shijun to kill someone, it should be Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang, right? Zheng Dongsheng asked with great dissatisfaction after sitting down. In addition to Zheng Dongsheng and Zheng Dongjue, there was only Zheng Tianqing. In order to find an opportunity, Tong Wulsui would not appear around them for the time being. Even if he met them, he would pretend not to know them. Zheng Dongjue snorted and didn't speak. He couldn't tell Zheng Dongsheng that it was all his son's fault in front of Zheng Tianqing. If it weren't for his nonsense, they wouldn't have lost a powerful man. Zheng Tianqing looked at Zheng Dongjue and stood up directly, saying, "Father, I asked my uncle to avenge me. Lin Yi made me lose face in front of Li Zhaoyi. If I don't kill him, it will make my mind confused. It is likely to become my inner demon when I practice. If I want to continue to make progress, I must not let Lin Yi go." Zheng Dongsheng was speechless. It was his son's fault. What else could he say? This matter was related to Zheng Tianqing's cultivation, so it was no wonder that Zheng Dongjue would agree to let Shijun deal with Lin Yi. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about Shijun's situation. Is there any way to wake him up? After all, he is a master at the great perfection of profound ascension. It would be a pity to lose him like this. Zheng Dongsheng waved his hand and no longer mentioned the matter of dealing with Lin Yi. Instead, he turned to Shijun. Zheng Dongjue shook his head and said, "Cousin, you have seen Shijun just now. Li Zhaoyi is right. It is very much like a loss of soul. I can be sure that it was Lin Yi who did it, but I can't be sure how he did it. Maybe he was poisoned before? Can you see any signs of poisoning?" Zheng Dongsheng was also helpless. If he could see it, would he have waited until now to say it? Was this a slap to his face or what? Forget it. Let's go to the extreme North Island and buy the God-gathering branch first. Cousin, you don't have to go down, just come with us. Zheng Dongjue also realized that there was something wrong with his words, so he quickly waved his hand to stop the topic. Since no one could do anything, they could only do as Li Zhaoyi said. Anyway, the God-gathering branch was a good thing, and it would not be a loss to buy it and hold it in their hands. He let Zheng Dongsheng go with him because he felt that Zheng Tianqing was not very reliable. He seemed to be very talented, but this time he cheated him. It was better to let the kid's father go with him. Zheng Dongsheng did not object. He was not in a hurry to deal with Tiandan Pavilion. As long as he could cut off a few people on this ship, Tiandan Pavilion would be rootless duckweed, and there was nothing to worry about. At the same time, several people gathered in Lin Yi's room. Hou Guanqi, Kai Zhongyang, and Wei Xinjin were all there. Okuda Ba did not come because he had to arrange some affairs on the ship. Hou Guanqi said with a worried face, "Brother Lin, this time you are really a little impulsive. Zheng Dongjue, that villain, will definitely exaggerate this matter and say that you have offended the Dan Hall and did not give Master face. You may not know, but Master is a person who cares a lot about face. If he knows that you did not give him face, he will definitely be angry." Lin Yi couldn't help but say, "Brother Ho, it's not good for you to say that about your master, Pil Gajong, right?" Hou Guanqi was immediately amused, and the worry on his face lessened a lot. "I am worried for you, can you be a little more serious?" Kai Zhongyang also laughed and said, "Eldest senior brother, you are worrying too much. Master is not a person who cares a lot about face. At the same time, he likes to be reasonable. Even if Zheng Dongjue will stir up trouble, don't tell me that we don't have mouths to speak. What is the truth? Master will naturally distinguish it. You don't have to be scared and worried here." Lin Yi thought to himself that his cheap master's character should be pretty good. There was really no need to worry too much about this matter. Of course, he was not worried in the first place. "Alright, Brother Ho, Brother Kai said that Pil Gajong is a reasonable person. He definitely won't bother with me. What's more, you already know that Shijun is Zheng Dongjue's man. So Pil Gajong must have some understanding. So no matter how Zheng Dongjue tries to stir up trouble, it's useless." Lin Yi said with a relaxed smile, making Hou Guanqi feel a lot more relaxed. "That's right, Master is a reasonable person. When the time comes, Junior Brother Kai and I will explain it to Master. I believe that Zheng Dongjue's words won't be able to deceive Master." Hou Guanqi nodded, finally letting go of the worry in his heart. Wei Shunjin felt that he was very useless, he couldn't help at all. Linny seemed to notice his thoughts, raised his hand, patted his shoulder and said, "All right, I have nothing to do here, you go back and rest early. Pay attention to your safety. We'll talk about it after we set sail tomorrow." "Okay, boss." Wei Shunjin agreed. He thought that he couldn't help with anything else. He could only cultivate well. In the future, if someone wanted to cause trouble for boss, he would be the first to rush up and resist. Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang also stood up and said, "Since that's the case, we will also take our leave. Brother Lin, rest well, we'll talk again after we set sail." Linny didn't ask them to stay, he sent them out of the door, then closed the door and once again put up a restriction. The restriction destroyed by Shijun had been repaired. It was difficult to rearrange it, but the repair was still very simple. There were specialized people on the ancient warship to do this. Linny inspected it. He was quite satisfied with the repair.